8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. It is a brand new day. If you're just joining us, we welcome you in. We got a number of things to break down. You help produce the hour, 866 We Be Big. Will a meat could spin today. We have got Al Peretti. He is one of the original members of the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, and man, they have got quite the tour that's going to be kicking off this year. But just how did TSO get started? The behind the scenes, Al Peretti will be this week's Rick and Bubba University podcast guest, and look forward to that. Rick and Bubba fired up about it. He is the guitarist, music director, original member, Al Peretti with TSO. All right, we have also things at rickandbubba.com that you might be interested in, like the Rick and Bubba store. And that's there for you. A lot of items that are pretty hot right now. Don't forget the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events where Rick might be speaking or some of the show members could be appearing. That's there for you, as well as all of our affiliates, some of the greatest radio stations in the country brave enough to say, yes, we'll carry the Rick and Bubba show. All of that is there at rickandbubba.com. Well, let's bring them in. We have Eddie Van Adler. He's got YouTube handled. He's got it live in HD. And over to my right is Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Yeah.
Everybody fired up? Yep. Let's do it.
Whatever.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
You just say whatever.
Whatever. We're here. Yeah.
Welcome in, Greg.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah. So whatever y'all are doing, we're here for you.
Yeah.
How about that? It's our job to get you where you go. Yesterday afternoon, how'd everything go? Y'all have any handles?
Yeah, I got a big handle.
What you got?
Not to the bottom of it either.
Oh, no.
I think I've got Stegall on speed dial lately.
Talking about one call?
And they do a fantastic job, but they're having to come to the house a lot.
Mm.
And, man, I don't know. I've the easy jobs yesterday, there was a little bitty leak in the washer connector, wash machine. There was some water just dripping.
Okay.
And I said, why
tighten
y'all?
it up?
Why? No, I tried that.
Oh.
I didn't call them to tighten it up.
Well, I didn't know if it's just dripping.
Well, it had it corroded, the hole corroded in
Okay.
it. And so
All right.
that
There you
drip,
go.
after it was dripping, turned into a little bitty, just a little bitty sprinkle.
Drip, drip, drip.
Who hates a
And
sprinkle?
one of the kids, about a month ago, ripped the handle off the faucet in the kitchen. And I just asked him, I said, hey, if I run like to Lowe's or Home Depot and grab a new faucet, can y'all install that while you're there?
Okay.
Just, And so that was the plan yesterday. They came fix that. They were in and out in an hour. It was quick. But then and I've seen this happen before.
You hate the but then.
Yeah, but then last night, in order for him to fix the washer deal, he had to make a cut in the sheetrock. And which is fine, and he just put it back, and we'll have either I'll fix that or I'll get somebody to do it. But anyway, because that crack was there, I had no idea that the downspout, is that what you call it, by the way? What do you call the thing? And so you have your hot and cold, and then the drain
in the middle. That
in the
water
middle.
comes out
It's
and
not
goes.
a downspout.
Nah, I
What
don't
is
know
it
what
called?
That little thing
But
that goes
it's
down.
it's the drain.
It
and
empties.
so
When
it's
the machine empties, it goes
Right.
out
It goes
there.
into
Like
that.
the little,
Yes.
Okay.
And evidently, it's been overflowing.
Oh.
And I didn't know this.
It's been overflowing.
It's been coming out
Oh.
and seeping into the walls. Hey, that's good.
That's not good.
And you could tell that the floor underneath the washer was a little bit buckled.
Oh, no.
And so I'm like,
The
well, gosh,
subflooring is all messed up
Well,
and
I
you didn't
don't-
know it?
I'm assuming. I don't know. Well, so here's
Oh, no.
so didn't think anything of it. I said, well, I guess this is just water from maybe earlier today when they were cleaning it up or whatever. Didn't think anything of it. And then we washed a load of clothes. And Braden comes running upstairs. Now, think about what I just said. I'm upstairs. He's downstairs. He comes running upstairs and said, Dad, there's water in the floor. Downstairs, it's dripping. I see it dripping from the ceiling. And I'm like, that's not good.
No, it's not good.
Never want to.
So
Plus, if your teenager runs upstairs, that means that's a problem.
Yeah,
Because they
absolutely.
wouldn't run upstairs for anything.
Right. I'm surprised he did.
Maybe food, possibly.
So I walk down the steps. I get to the bottom of the steps and ask him where it was at. And I look up, and right where the washer sits, there's
soupy.
absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
So I took like a little screwdriver and I poked a hole.
That's good.
Just poked a hole, and I thought, well, we're gonna see if there's water here. And I poked a hole, and just water started
Did you have a
coming down.
bucket?
And I'm like, I did in about 2 seconds.
Get
a bucket, son.
So
worse
and then I
than
stuck.
that.
This
Oh,
is when
Helmsy.
this is when I knew. Okay, this is not something that just happened over the last couple of days. I stuck my finger to the wall, and it just went right through it.
Oh, no.
And I thought, good
But
night.
let me just give you a little heads up here. All right, if you're going to call in a claim on this,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
you better do it while it's wet and you got evidence that something's going on. Don't
it
let
just
it
started.
Yes, that it just started, because then they can
And
they can
that's the
see where
case,
they
because-
can see what the problem is and then work back from there. But
Well,
you know, I don't know if you remember this. I had to get 2 bathrooms totally redone, subflooring and showers, because of a leak like this that started. You know, once they started looking into it, it's like it kept going further and further back, and then they realized we had 2 bathroom showers that were really on the other side of the wall from each other, but the leak was connected.
Oh, wow.
And
I'm
it was a
assuming-
terrible situation.
I'm
man.
assuming it's just the drain that's overflowing. I'm assuming that's what it is. I
Yeah.
don't think there's like a pipe issue down there.
No,
You see what
but
I'm
the
saying?
drain overflowing affects everything. 'cause-
Correct.
especially
Yeah.
if it's been
Well,
going
if
on
it-
for a while.
If it gets in the walls, it really will.
Yeah.
And
You
see,
got things that grow and
simply
stuff.
because I guess it's never been much water going down there, because but until when he cut that sheetrock to get to the
exposed
thing, it
some stuff.
exposed it, and
Yeah.
instead of going in the floor up under the washer and dryer, it went in the wall, and so I'm like, oh my gosh.
Goodness.
So anyway, so you ask about our day. That's my day right there.
My gosh.
Yesterday, yeah. How about that? Then got an email from the school about some TikTok thing I want to share with y'all.
Tick tack, tick tock, tick tack tack.
TikTok. Boy,
Evidently, some kids are being a little goofy in the classroom and on school grounds, and there's a TikTok trend going on, and they warned the parents yesterday. I'm going to share that with y'all. Can't wait.
So they got to video it.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
that's smart.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll break that
Kids
down
are not
too.
very smart, I've noticed.
No. Well, they got to video it so that you can see it.
Right. They do realize that school officials
sure.
can see it.
They're so
Yeah,
they
that's the
not?
thing.
I mean,
that
my
doesn't come into play.
gosh.
I don't care.
raising 3 and still having 1 as a senior. So many kids have gotten in trouble because they videoed something and had to let everybody see it. You know, it ends up getting to the principal, I can promise you
Sure,
that.
sure.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
concerts in 59 cities. It's the 25th anniversary of TSO. And original member Al Pirelli will be with us.
Oh, you had to pause on that.
Yeah, I just had to think about it. It's Pirelli. It's pretty easy. I just got to dial it in. There's a T in there.
You got
for some
pause.
reason.
You had to pause for just a second.
It's Pittrelli, but the T is silent. Pirelli.
How about that?
Yeah, it's just plays.
take it out.
Just
Take
plays,
the T out.
plays with you a little bit. Plays with your eyes. That's all.
Because that does, if that's the way it's. See, I don't know this guy.
Yeah.
So if I see that, it looks like Petrelli.
Mm-hmm. I know. And now you got me worried. But I went back and actually listened to a couple of interviews just as prep for Rick, because I knew he was going to look at me and go, "How you say this?" Probably need to let him know.
Sure.
And they were saying Pirelli.
Okay.
But they,
Maybe they were wrong.
Yeah. Probably so.
Is there a
Now
chance
I'm
it's-
extremely concerned.
Is there a chance that it's misspelled on the paper they gave you?
No, I don't think so. Gosh almighty.
I didn't know.
Say.
At least you don't have water coming out of your drain,
That's true.
washer drain,
Yeah.
and seeping into the walls and
Yeah.
downstairs.
Well,
Already
since
that's
we're
good.
on the subject,
Hold on just a second. Just hang on if you don't mind.
Pirelli.
On November 15th, Trans-Siberian Orchestra will be taking over the Mid-America Center. And for more on that, I have Al Petrelli in the studio.
Oh, it is
Petrelli.
it is a T. Gosh
Where did
almighty.
you
I
get-
just
Where did you
I
get
just,
Pirelli?
I don't know.
What
I
made
just
you
messed
think?
up.
You made the statement with the T.
Petrelli.
silent.
Gosh almighty. I'm such a good one. Well, we're live right now. This is what this is
Okay.
really what the kickoff
I
hour
like
is
how
designed
I
for.
listen. They said Pirelli.
I thought,
going back to.
you know what? Here it is. Are you ready for this?
Close.
Here it is. I was trying to be sharp and going off memory and thinking I had it dialed in right here. My notes actually say Petrelli. So I had it down right. I just misremembered. It's because I'm a good. No,
I don't even. I'm
I'm
not
leaving
gonna
it
be-
alone too.
well, we all. I mean, it is funny.
Well, it's got that silent T in it.
Went that far.
We all know
You
about the silent T.
Went to the interview and they clearly called him
Yeah.
Pirelli.
Yeah. Well, that's I did.
They
I
ignored
just,
the T.
I'm just. You know what? It's just one of those.
You played the interview and they clearly
It's-
said
Oh,
Petrelli.
yeah, in fact, I heard the T sound more than anything
too.
other sound in the name.
Hey, look, I'm admitting it. I'm not trying to hide it. It's pretty wide
It's
open.
kind of
here.
odd. I mean, the
Well,
T's
I'll go
silent.
back to what I just said. At least.
Actually,
Petrelli.
the P silence.
Look, hey,
Petrelli.
please look how I phonetically even did it for Rick.
Okay.
God, my good one. It was just a good moment.
Okay, glasses.
I'll go back to you, Glasses, and just simply say this.
Water leak.
Hey, yeah, see, at least you don't have water coming through your ceiling and walls downstairs.
Well, since we're going to bring up water,
What you
I'm
got,
gonna rub
buddy?
my face.
my hardwood the other day, I looked. Tony Hawk wanted to come to the house and run off his ramp on his skateboard. My hardwood's
Really?
kind of bowing a little bit, and I was like, that's never a good sign. so,
no.
Where's this at?
oh, right there in the big
The main area?
Nah, it's, you have that living room you don't use.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just for looks.
Yeah.
And
By the way, we've got one of those.
And in the hallway a little
I've
bit.
officially turned it into my area and won't allow anybody to come to it.
Oh,
I have,
okay.
like, you got to give a password.
well, I go into the house, which I hate.
Stamp their arm.
I hate to go in the house anyway. And I go in there, and the air conditioning is just sweating. And, it's been real humid and rainy this year anyway.
Right.
So I call H2O Waterproofing. Y'all have heard me talk about them. And they came out and got into the house, and he said it's not that bad. It's not a big deal. They're just going to have to redo some of the barrier under there and
Yeah.
put a little dehumidifier under there, maybe temporarily or whatever. But anyway, when the water in the basement has to go, you call H2O.
Yeah.
that's on the
Yeah.
commercial.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's good.
I've
That's
heard you
good.
do it.
That's
How about
right.
when they're having to crawl
But
up
they
under a
did-
crawl space, though?
But I was
What if
glad
that was your day?
I thought it would be like, oh, this is horrible. He's like, it's not that big a deal. We can handle this.
Okay.
So, but anyway, so when you brought it up, because I was trying to put it out of my mind.
I
man,
may
like,
need them before this is all over with.
Yeah.
But the hardwood should go back down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's hope so.
It has been a rough little year. we've had here,
But it's been real humid, real rainy.
yeah.
But
Usually they will. The hardwoods will normally, once they dry, they'll kind of, which is
Yeah.
amazing that it'll do that.
I know it is.
Yeah, but
you just
they're-
want to get it fixed up under it. What's
Yeah.
making that happen?
Sure.
and I got a bunch of I ran lights under the house, so you flip lights on when you go under there. Well, a lot of
Okay.
the bulbs are blown. I just found that
Sure.
out. So I think I'm gonna go under there this weekend and get the bulbs to help the H2O guys see better. Not
Yeah.
that they need that.
Well, I
but,
bet you
it's
can be
just a
in
little bonus. When I built my house, I'd seen somebody else had done that, and I told them, I said, "Look, run me a bunch of lights because I hate to crawl under a house with a flashlight in my mouth."
Yeah.
But this crawl space, you can actually sit up. It's not one of them. Now, my other house I had, and when you went under it, you were just on your belly like a snake.
Don't like tight spaces.
But this one, once you get in the door, you can sit straight up on your butt and look around.
Wow.
But and you
good.
flip the 2 light switches on.
You want to set up an environment so when you call them, they come out and they go, "Yeah, tell you what, I get to go to Greg's house." You
Yeah.
know,
That's
he's
right.
lighted.
Got
He's
lights. I
lighted.
ain't even got to have a flashlight.
Right,
on
right. Yeah, they'll appreciate that.
Yeah.
What
But
if, what
anyway.
if you looked up and Al Petrelli was with him?
He may do it
and
with a
was gonna help
silent
him?
T.
Yeah, yeah.
But the
wow.
point is, owning homes, you're
my
dealing
gosh.
with something at
all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yep.
Especially like with you purchasing an old home.
You talking about built in 1974?
Yeah, with ghosts in it and stuff. That now you've got
Yeah.
your handle.
That's true.
Huh?
Lisa tried to claim she heard people walking around the house the other day, and that's not possible.
I know.
But anyway, when you said ghost in the house,
Yeah.
'cause I came in there. She goes, "What were you doing upstairs in Chandler's room?" I said, "I wasn't."
Yeah.
She goes, "You were not." She goes, "I know how it sounds when people walk up there." She goes, "Well, somebody was up there walking." I said, "Well, I hope not." Because either that, or we got like somebody living in the house we don't know about. You know, we've done stories on
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Maybe they live in a closet.
Yeah, right.
Because we really never go up there anymore
Yeah.
since the kids are gone. They may be somebody up there.
What if you were fixing lights in the crawl space and all of a sudden you heard from the corner, "Thank you."
I can see better now.
And he's been under there the whole time. Finally.
I was
Tell Lisa I'm
upstairs.
starting to be quiet.
Yeah, I was upstairs at one point.
I can read my book
I
now.
don't know why he sounds like that.
I don't either.
He
Well,
probably-
I'm thinking little.
You're thinking a little
Yeah,
person.
yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I tell you,
But yeah,
this
she
whole
argued with me. She said, "You were." I said, "I was not upstairs walking. I don't know what you're
Look,
talking
don't
about."
Don't get me going on this whole hey, it's haunted. I asked my family, okay, everywhere we go, it's haunted. You know, other house, this house, everywhere.
Well,
you said-
Hanks will attach
Right,
themselves to you. Sometimes.
well, it's following us.
You know,
And
they
I'm
will.
like,
They'll hook onto you.
well, but hey, Dad, this is what I'm hearing. Well, then I can go. I look at it and go, well, no, here's what it was.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
No.
JC's door just closed. Well, yeah, did the air conditioner cut on at the time? And I don't know. It's just
Oh yeah,
all the time.
And houses make
All the
noises.
time. Yeah.
They make noises.
Yeah, but an old house like you, Helmsy, I
I've
don't know
seen
about
some
that.
things- I've seen some things lately. I kind of turned my head at. Was that what I? Did somebody just go by?
Out of the corner of your eye.
Yes, I'm serious.
Oh, I know. Yeah, the old corner. I remember we
Matter of
talked-
fact, the other day, I mean, this happened like 3 or 4 days ago. Saw something in the corner of my eye, and I started asking where all the kids were, and they were not in any area where that would have been. And I'm like, "Son, what was that?"
You know who it is.
I know.
There we go.
Old man Nima.
Yeah. All right.
Play
So
for
you got
Northwestern.
your little
You
water
should have told me
leak.
about the water lake.
Yeah.
Greg, you got your little buckling hardwood.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
H2O's got
H2O's
that.
coming out next week. Gonna take care
They're
of
gonna
it.
just get them lights fixed for them.
That's right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. It's the kickoff hour. Good Time Gang Live. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from now. Eddie Van Adler, he's got YouTube Live in HD, part of the Good Time Gang. Over there to my right, looking at his phone, touching it like it's the sun, is Greg Burgess.
I'm just laughing at the silent T conversation.
yeah, I know. That's good.
Hey,
and
you got to watch him silent T.
Helmsy's here as well. It's just a very concerning moment.
That's fine.
You know, the good night look at that moment you had where it was very revealing when you're like, I got a problem. I had to have a conversation
That's
with myself.
A little different problem.
Hey, dial it in, kid.
Dial it in,
you know, it was just one of those.
Hey, you better now.
hey, let's go. Let's get it together.
Before you speak, think.
Right.
We never did talk about the TikTok.
No, that's what I was about to say.
You don't stop.
Now it could be a silent T and be ick-ock.
That's good. That's good.
But
You know about them silent T.
you can leave for the day. That's good.
Okay.
You're not going to do any better today.
Let's check in with TikTok.
Buddy, I didn't say a D.
I said ick.
I don't know. Old lazy mouth over there getting all happy.
Ick
Huh?
talk.
Now, well, you
Just you're the one that always says
I'm
that
just
on
saying
there.
now you're getting all happy.
You're
Be
the one
careful.
obsessed with all
Be
that.
careful.
all right, so
Wasn't a D.
yesterday
It's a T.
we get emails from school all the time about
Ooh.
different things, and that's good. They
I got
communicate
internet.
that way. That they give us a ton of information.
You don't mean that.
But then yesterday we get the title is Important VHHS Message. And I thought, well,
that doesn't sound
better pay attention to this one.
It's important. So they flagged it important.
Good afternoon, parents.
Everybody up?
Everybody up.
There's a TikTok / Snapchat trend that is going around called devious licks. That's in quotes, by the way.
Should you be saying this?
Wait a minute.
I'm simply reading it
that
off
doesn't
the email.
That doesn't
If
matter
you
if
got,
you're reading
it's
it. I'm just
devious
asking you.
and lick involved, that's not a good combination.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound safe.
TikTok, Snapchat trend called devious licks. This is where students are engaging in acts of theft and vandalism.
Are they licking it?
Well, it looks, from what I understand, the way I'm reading it is basically, and by the way,
supposed to do about it?
they're letting us know, hey, look, some of you kids are out there doing this, and we're investigating it right now. And if we
I
find,
gotta know why it's called licks.
Yeah.
that I'm not sure of, Greg. Not sure why the word lick is even involved.
I don't either.
Devious, I get, but essentially what they're doing is they're taking videos of them taking things, stealing things from school.
Yeah.
Now, some of them
Of course,
are
they got a video
some of
themselves.
them are acting as if they're stealing it, and
Yeah,
then once
and
the
then they put
video's
it
over,
back.
they put it back. But some of them are actually
Can you really
stealing
be in
it.
trouble for that?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I would like to just have
Unless
everybody.
it falls
but-
under messing with stuff.
Well,
you're not supposed to be
when
messing
you're
with.
in offices, you're not supposed to be
Oh,
in.
yeah, okay.
Then that's.
Yeah, I got
but
you.
but that's some of that though is hey, how'd you get in there and pull that off
okay, I
kind of
got
thing.
it. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
that's
no,
part of it
but to
too.
me-
So I had to have this conversation at my house last
So
night.
no devious licks.
I said I don't. Of course, Braden knew exactly what I was talking about and started laughing. I said, "Hey, if I get anything with you three, and I'm even talking to Maddie,
Of course, she's like,
as
what?
it relates to devious licks on TikTok or Snapchat, it's going to be ugly." Okay, we hear me?
I'm
Hey, everybody,
forewarning
the fact that the school was sending out an email that this is a real thing, y'all better not be involved in this. Nobody better be devious licking.
I don't
None
Or
of
understand.
that.
Snapchat and TikTok.
I don't understand.
I don't get
These kids, they do know. And Snapchat, you can
People can see you.
Well, not only that, they think because they put something out and it goes away that they're okay.
Yeah.
But people screenshot stuff,
Yes.
and
And
they
they can
can
see.
and they can record their screen.
Yep.
And so then they ended up sending it to somebody, and then you got
Yeah.
a
Nothing
tattletale
goes away
that sends
ever.
it to the wrong person, and then a teacher gets it, and
empty
then before you
scamp.
know it, the assistant principal gets it, and the principal gets it, and then you're sitting in the principal's office.
Then all of a sudden, Helms gets
And then
caught.
all of a sudden you're at an alternative school, and you're like, how'd I get here? Well, some stupid
Let's flash
Snapchat.
back for just a second to the early 1980s.
Golly.
When I was in school, if we think of the things you dealt with then, and now let's flash back here,
Yeah.
where you get emails about devious licks on TikTok.
That's it.
I mean,
Right.
back when we were in school, we were what? You know what I'm saying?
know.
You would have never imagined that one day that you would have to worry about something called TikTok and devious licks
All right, so
at school.
a friend
From
of
the
ours,
parents.
a friend of mine just said, lick in street terms means licking, making money, Like you're licking your fingers, making money, or coming up
Well,
with
see, we're not
something,
cool.
or coming up with something valuable.
Okay.
Like I'm going.
So this is devious licks. These are, I've stole this, so this is.
Like I'm going. Like he says.
What are they
Like I'm
stealing?
going to go and sell this, whatever.
Yeah.
And hit a lick, which means that I'm gonna make
So
some.
we're old. We're out of.
I'm gonna make some money.
We don't know about.
So that's why the licks in there. Because did you say they're
Okay.
vandalizing
I
property?
thought they
or
were going around filming
stealing
themselves
it.
licking
and
stuff.
stealing stuff. That's
Yeah.
what's going on.
Do it now.
I thought they were filming themselves licking,
They are.
licking,
They are.
licking things.
No, that's what I thought at first.
Well,
that's
I mean,
what you
think
thought.
about like it would be
You're not-
dangerous.
that's
Hey, it
what I
ain't
thought.
good. They're licking weird stuff.
Right. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Not good
licking
for people to be
commodes.
licking like trophies that are in the.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes. Here's the championship trophy from '85.
Right. Exactly.
You know.
That's what I was
See,
thought.
that's
That's
what
the
I
first
thought.
thing I thought.
And to me, that makes more sense.
Yep.
I mean, not a bad idea.
Licking a teacher's desk.
Yes.
See, that's what I thought this was about.
I did too.
Had no
I'm a little
idea.
disappointed.
I had no idea it was about
Basically,
theft
I'm
and
feeling
things.
myself stealing.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I think if in the email, if it meant licking like with your tongue, they probably would have said, "We got kids licking stuff." You know, like we're
Well, they didn't
we're
explain.
licking
Devious
desk
licks.
and all
Yeah.
this. But if they say
What
they're,
did you think when you heard devious licks?
I didn't know what licks was. Matter of fact, I
Either
was
that
concerned
or-
that you
or-
were even repeating it. And so but if they said in the email that they're vandalizing and they're stealing and all
You know what
this,
else it could
then
be? I thought that if you're filming yourself sneaking up on people with a paddle and wearing that A out with it, licks. And you just get
Yeah.
oh, like a
devious
lick,
licks.
like
That's
a
a good
paddle.
one.
And we're going there sneaking up on people and
Yes.
wearing them out with a paddle.
Yeah.
That is
That
good.
could have been it.
That
Gave
could have
some-
been
you're
it.
giving somebody an idea.
Well,
You're right. That'll be the next trend.
Yeah.
So
Good
there.
night. How about this whole thing where they were
Lot my day yesterday.
this other trend?
Water,
Yeah, you got
devious
water.
licks.
Yeah, luckily your kids weren't involved.
Sure.
even though they knew about it.
Well, that I know of.
I love too.
Still
how,
early.
I love
yeah,
how
they're
they,
still investigating it at school.
well. Hopefully they're not on any video.
Go get another email.
So I love how these kids think that it's a big secret. Like it's the worst secret in the school.
Yeah.
Everybody knows about it, but they think, hey, watch this, and
Yeah.
it travels so quickly. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
so quickly.
Yeah.
And you don't want that. So, well, at least they are alerting you of the problem.
devious.
That's it.
Talk to your kids, and
Talk to
you
your
probably
kids.
most aren't.
No,
so you're
no.
rare that you
Most of them
actually-
probably don't even read the emails.
right.
That,
No, you're holding yours accountable, saying,
well,
hey,
I'm trying to. I'm
Speaking
You know.
of devious licks.
trying to do my part anyway.
Yeah.
They still got decisions they have to make out there. But
well, sure,
you know.
but you got to do what you can. So there you go. So I did not know that lick in street terms meant
Silent L.
yeah. Huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just messing with you.
That in street terms, well, that it meant making money, coming up with
Yeah, I didn't
something
either.
valuable.
I didn't.
that's very helpful for me. I think it's helpful. I probably won't use those terms.
No,
When it's talking about making money, I'll probably just call it making money.
Yeah.
Probably what I'll
Mhm.
call it.
yeah, but
See.
you're not cool though.
Yeah.
You know, like the
Licks.
kids.
Don't want to use the word lick.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Unless we're talking about a pudding pop.
Mm-hmm. What would you put in that blank? Like
By the
I'm
way,
gonna go
you said
I'm gonna
pudding
go.
pop. I'm eating a lot of popsicles lately. Just thought I'd
Are
throw
the
that out
pudding
there.
pops still around?
No, I'm not eating those kind.
But do you
I'm
remember the
eating
pudding
yes,
pop? Those
yes.
were really good.
I'm eating those. What's those little rectangle ones like this that are ice, the shaved iced ones?
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? That you got to cut at the top.
Yeah, I like that.
Golly, I go through a ton
Those
of
are
those.
good.
That's a good little snack at night. Instead of eating a big bowl of cereal, I've been doing popsicles.
That or a bowl of cereal. They're not interchangeable.
I feel like
in
it's
my
more
world.
healthy to do the popsicle.
Probably got
Probably
some
too
kind
much
of
sugar
dye
in
it or
Yeah.
something.
All right, we're gonna go to break and sell some commercials and hit a lick, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got 11 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the show is brought to you by the SSI Network. And look, if you are a business owner or a manager of a business and you want to help get that word out, and you're like, we really need to strengthen our business. We need to get the word out. And our national sponsorship team at SSI has asked us to remind you that they're ready to use the power of this program to help accomplish your goals. And what we love too is that when it comes to the Rick and Bubba partnership, don't just think terrestrial radio. There are so many different things. Not only do we have all the radio affiliates, which we love, we have our YouTube channel, we got Blaze TV, the TuneIn app, which is 24/7 digital radio, the social media platforms, our podcast, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. Think of all that when you're trying to get your word out nationally with the SSI Network and the Rick and Bubba Show. You can call them at 203-431-0790 or drop them an email at rickandbubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. And a little shout out to all of our local sales teams that sell individual markets. They do an amazing job as well. So if you're looking for that Rick and Bubba endorsement, they're always an option too. But proud to bring you the Rick and Bubba Show, the SSI Network sales team. Just remember them when dealing with your advertising and what you need to do to get the word out.
Hey, do y'all remember Vicks Vapor Rub?
Yeah.
Never
used it.
I do.
But yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How about this
we
story?
actually use that a little bit when it comes to
get this.
Sicknesses and stuff.
Yeah.
When
When we were kids,
Yeah.
they'd put it on you.
Oh,
when you
rub it
couldn't
on your
breathe, put it on your
chest.
chest.
Yeah.
Well,
and they say to stop coughing, you can put it on your feet.
I didn't
put
know
some
about
socks
that.
on.
Listen to
Look
this.
on the bottom of your foot.
That's that essential oil stuff.
A mother
That works.
recently
That works.
used it on her son with a bottle that she had for 34 years. It had expired 34 years ago.
Oh, good
in the 80s. She bought and it still works. Said it worked like a charm. There's a picture of it, the old classic bottle, Vicks Vapor Rub.
You think you got something sharp, and you
I know it.
34 years.
Mhm. How about that? She said the son he had been sick, and a shout out to my mom, he said, who loaned me the same pot of Vicks she used on me when I was growing up.
All right, so
it expired 187.
All right, let me ask you guys this, because this is something that everybody in our audience goes through. The expired item, how long do you keep it?
I know.
Because I feel like a lot of this stuff that's how they get us to buy more.
Well, you
is
got
they put
Best
that-
Buy or no good. You know what I'm saying?
Well-
It's better if you get it now, but does that mean you can't
Let's
get it
take food out of this discussion because I will not, like, if it's
I always
best,
throw
I always
food
throw food
I do
away.
too.
I'll give dressings and stuff like that a little longer.
Not much.
But not much. But I'll quickly throw that away. I mean, milk, if you're that day, I'm done with you. Like, I don't
I'm
mess
same
around
way.
with milk.
I'm the same way.
But let's take the non-food items
Like
out.
like Vapor Rub.
This, perfect example. I mean, if you're cleaning out your medicine cabinet today and you see something that's 3 years old, you throwing it away or are you keeping it? Just a bottle of pills.
Well, here's what this guy said.
What is going to go wrong with a
I
bottle
know.
of pills?
Maybe less effective.
Is it?
I don't know. Well, I'll tell you this, in the Vapor Rub story, said it was tingly when he put it on, just like they always say. And he says the first night he didn't wake up because his nose was too clogged to breathe. It actually worked. And it expired in 87.
I mean, that's
So there.
yeah. See, I will be quick if I'm going through, like if I see, let's say, vitamins, and I see vitamin expiration from a year ago, I quickly toss those. I don't know what's going. I mean, how does that go bad?
My point is, like I said, instead of, I know probably don't make you sick, but maybe whatever it's supposed to do, it's less effective.
Okay.
'Cause I may be wrong.
I,
But according to this, Vapor Rub, it's still kicking.
Well,
'Cause
I
I
got-
can see it surviving anything.
And I got to tell you, I've never checked the expiration date on Vapor Rub, ever. I mean, I don't
wouldn't
look
either.
at stuff like that, so I could see how that could get past somebody. Now,
Do they
now
still
that's
make
a-
Vicks Vapor
that's a little
packaging-
old.
that packaging looks-
that's probably that's an extreme there.
Sure.
But I'm just talking about you've had it around the house.
Yeah.
I don't go out and buy a new one every year. I don't know how long they last.
Yeah.
But that's not something you look at medicine or
Yeah.
food expiration? Yes, but something like that, I don't check the expiration date. But that is extreme there.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
when
34
when I
years.
was little, we used the same one. That's wow.
The logo's
unreal.
probably changed like 6 times
Oh, yeah.
between now and then.
Yeah,
The classic. The Vicks, that stuff was stout.
yeah.
Yeah.
tingle.
Put it on your chest.
And clear your nose up. The vapors, hence the name vapor rub.
Yeah. I don't know if you have seen him, but Mulry, the T is silent. It's not Moultrie, it's Mulry. He's here today, and he's brought something that Patty has made. His
and he's brought some
wonderful
vapor rub.
Yeah, he has. And so I saw y'all kind of looking at it. Surprised you haven't gone in there and ate already,
I will.
because you normally just start as soon as you see it.
6 minutes from now, I'll be off in
But
it.
we'll be talking great outdoors with him next hour. He's got some cool stuff to give away. We'll be talking some Mulry mobiles. And
Of course, he scared me to death with my water issue, but I won't go into that.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you.
Yeah. He gave me, of course, the worst case scenario.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Greg, something that gets on your nerves is when the new iPhones come out. And,
Well, the way everybody acts.
yeah, iPhone 13
We lining up.
is packed with new features. Of course, everything's always
What
better.
more feature do I need?
I know.
Seriously. What more?
Pre-ordering.
What am I missing on this great thing that I got to have?
Here we
Right.
go.
Pre-ordering begins tomorrow, and everybody's all freaked out. They just can't wait.
It's
I don't even know which kind I got. I do need to get a little
I
new,
got to give them credit.
new protector screen because I've beat this one up pretty good.
Yeah.
I got a big mark down the middle of mine.
Yeah.
but I don't.
Well, all that's under
I'm
under
going
your
back.
settings
I'm going
in
back to
general
the
and all that.
droid.
Yeah, you going back to the droid.
I did like it,
But I just every time that anything like Apple related comes out, I know that you love it when people get in line and they can't wait and they got to order it and stuff like that. But that's the new buzz. Is the new iPhone 13 was
good. I can't wait.
The unveiling happened and they're saying it's there's
I hope
all
everybody's
kind of
out there in the
features.
streets trying to social distance while they're waiting to buy it. Bunch of
I've got the
morons.
mine is the iPhone XR.
Uh-huh.
So how many is that? How many before I get to this one? The new
I don't.
one.
XR was
Is mine
probably
11?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
what
yeah. I
mine
think
is?
yours is probably 11. XR was probably somewhere around 10 or 11. I think. Helmsy? I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure.
guy.
Look, I can't say. I said the T's silent today. So, this is something that whenever we're going out and eating, if there's ever guacamole on the plate, do y'all eat it? Question
No.
mark.
No, answer is
I don't
no.
like
100%. I think I would like the taste of it, but I cannot get past the presentation.
I cannot either. It
Cannot.
loots like my dog's thrown up, and I
I
just
told
don't.
you what it looks like.
Yes, Greg.
Well,
you
yeah,
have.
buddy. I
Like an
know.
iguana took a dump on your food.
Okay.
That's
There
what
it
it
is.
looks like. It's exactly what it looks like.
I really do. I think that I would actually enjoy the taste of it.
Yeah.
But I can to this day. I'm 43. I
Yeah, I
cannot
can't-
get
I can't
past
either.
that presentation.
I
I can't either. But one
Matter of
Terry-
fact, so much that I will tell them to leave it off. Anything that comes with it, I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't even want to see it. I don't want it on the plate.
Sorry that I'm not just fired up of a pile of slimy green.
Right.
I got a big pile of slimy green something. That doesn't make you want to go, boy, give me
No,
a bite.
it
Give me
doesn't.
a crack and let me dip it in
I
that.
feel like a little kid.
I do too.
Every time I go out to eat at a Mexican place or whatever, because Terry loves guacamole.
This is one
and
of those
I slide
things.
my plate over, and she scrapes off the guacamole because she wants it, and I feel like a kid. I'm like,
This is one of those.
Mommy,
like
the
Mommy,
only
take this off the plate, Mommy.
this is one of the only food items at this point in my life that I can't overcome.
Okay.
I can't.
I'm like you. I can't. I don't
cannot.
think I can take a chip and stick it in it and eat it. I don't think I can.
No. Well, it's National Guacamole Day.
Guacamole.
Will not be observing this day.
I love guacamole.
Oh, he
Oh,
doesn't hear
my
avocados.
gracious.
Anything to do with it, he's all about it.
It's fantastic.
I really do. I think I would enjoy the taste. Maybe I ought to do a blindfold test
That's it.
one day.
That's it.
And maybe that'll help me get over
I just
it.
don't look
Yeah.
at that and say, hey, it would taste good. It doesn't have
Yeah.
a look like, boy, I bet that tastes good.
Right.
You know?
It doesn't. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
you got to eat it in the dark.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll
That's the
try
trick.
that.
When I
I'll
look
try
at
that.
it's not saying eat me back. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, Steve.
Yeah. Yeah. And just, I don't want
That's
that.
I've never really put it in that category,
Right.
but
I mean, because if let's say I look out down to my chimichanga.
Yeah, give me- okay, so that
my
does
chimichanga
say-
is saying eat me because it looks good. Not the guacamole.
Yeah, I got you, buddy.
How your mind works.
In a minute, when
it's
you make
amazing.
that plate, it's going to be looking at you telling you to eat it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever Patty brought, it's gonna be going.
me.
Can
I
it-
mean, when I walk to the
give me
kitchen,
a-
it's going.
Where you going? Eat me. Eat me, Speedy.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
wanted
It
a
is.
voice.
Huh? You ever passed a donut without hearing that?
No.
Huh?
They scream it.
I'm over here, son. Eat me.
That's a donut voice.
Donut's
A little
kinda
lower.
Yeah, deep, lower.
You ever had birthday cake? And not
how's
heard
it
even?
sound? Hit me, man. Where you going, man? I'm good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. I hope you are locked in and ready to spend some time together again today. We start this hour with the national anthem. Eight minutes past. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. How about you? Match Moultrie right out of the gate today. Your opportunity to see if you can figure out what answer that Moultrie is looking for. And, you know, when Moultrie comes in here and it's a Match Moultrie, we don't give away small prizes. Today's prize, the Delta cellular camera, batteries, and the SD card, all with your camera from Moultrie today. So be paying attention on our time with the Moultrie. Could result in a big win for you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as Team Rick and Bubba goes forward. They've already given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the TuneIn app, the YouTube channel. You can get it live or archived there. And you can also get our podcast archives every day on your time. And the kickoff hour, part of that. But now Bubba and I join them and we go forward. So let's bring him in, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! How about it, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates.
Come on now. Something started. You know, I saw this, and Bubba, this aging process, and I know I'm speaking for myself, but but it really is. You know how we have the Wheel of Meat, which, by the way, is still in play. What could happen today or tomorrow? I mean, we could match Moultrie and spin a Wheel of Meat all on the same day. It could happen today, but I was. It's almost like spinning the wheel of pain or inconvenience. Literally, I wake up every day wondering, what will it be today? What will be not quite right? What will be causing a limp? What is a pain where did this come from? I can't draw a line to it. So somebody sent me this the other day, and here it is. Age 12, and I could relate to this. Fell off a bike at a high speed on gravel road, and rode home 5 miles. Okay, just got up, got back on my bike, and went.
Right.
Age 50, used the wrong pillow and was non-functional for 2 days. So this morning, my right shoulder, I can't draw. I have no idea what's going on. It's like I didn't even realize it. I got up. This is me getting up every day. All right, let's see. You put a foot down and go, all right, that foot feels okay. Let's put this, a little spur there. I'm not sure what that is. But that's pretty normal. Okay, I'm walking. And then today it was like, it's something in my shoulder. What's wrong with my shoulder? And am I the only one going through that? Rick. It's like the discomfort of the day, and you don't even know what it's related to.
Have you seen me limping around here?
Yeah,
the past few months.
But it's one thing. Like I know we've said this before. It's one thing to draw a line to it. I'll tell you why my shoulder's hurting because I played some pickup football yesterday.
Yeah,
I'll not tell you why my shoulder's hurting because I picked up so and so and moved it with my incredible strength. I just woke up.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
it is aggravating just to get up and something hurts, and you think, well, what did I do to make that hurt? And you go, well, nothing. It's just
you don't even have a good story with it.
Getting old is not for sissies. I'll tell you that.
Buddy, isn't that true?
You better be ready to go.
Yeah,
that's so true. So,
isn't that in the Relief Factor commercial that we do? It says just everyday living or aging.
Yeah, and I thought to myself, and it's funny you said that, Speedy, because I take a packet in the morning and the one at night.
Yeah,
is it available in an IV drip?
Yeah, so I said to myself as I got up today, today's a 3-pack day. There's that third pack comes in. You should always take a third if you got something bothering you. By the way, I'm also really, really being shocked by the fact that I guess I'm delusional that if I'm aging, so is everybody else. Okay, and I'm seeing people that where they are is shocking to me the way they look. Because see, I think I don't look as old as I really do because we're all delusional about ourselves.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen the Relief Factor commercial that Mark Spitz does?
Yes, I have. Yeah,
he's somebody's pawpaw.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I mean, he was an Olympic champion, what, in the 70s?
Yeah. By the way, Jim Brewer being interviewed last night.
Goat boy.
I was shocked at how he is aging. Okay, Jim Brewer's got big old puffs under his eyes, and I mean,
it's all those nightclubs from doing stand-up comedy.
And by the way, his speech was actually quite moving.
And Mark Spitz is 71.
Unbelievable. And then Newt Gingrich. I saw him last night, and I thought, oh my gosh.
Well, he's been trapped in Italy, Rick.
You're right. By the way, and you know what I've noticed when you're Newt Gingrich, who, by the way, is a very smart man, and sometimes he's reassuring when we're in times of the type of political despair that we're in now. But he also, I've noticed, and Bubba, this may not be good news for you. I noticed that we all age, but if you have an odd-shaped head, it can be even uglier.
He's 78.
It can hurt you, because Newt's got a lot of crown up here. It's almost like what I'd call it's almost like a hammer around the top.
Right.
All of his size is up there in the very top of his head.
Yeah, mine's just like a pumpkin.
Yeah, yours is more like a pumpkin. So it's almost
I spread it out.
But it's almost symmetrically. Yours is not. But you see what I'm saying? All his is up here.
But I'm thinking about guide wires to help hold it up.
Right.
How about he's as old as our president? Newt.
Wow, I didn't know Newt was 78.
Yeah.
But that's the part that's shocking me right now too. Hey, Rick, everybody, the amount of years you have on you, just add it to wherever they were.
Yeah. Jim Brewer's 54.
Yeah, but Jim, well, you're right.
He's almost old as us.
Yeah, Jim's running hard though.
Yeah, because that shows up. It really is a mileage thing. And getting up early, I think, takes years off your life too. And I think I'm showing that more than y'all. But,
it would have slayed you last night because I know the kind of humor you love, and I watched some of it hit you yesterday. Okay, let me tell you something. When he started saying, because he wouldn't do shows if the venue requires vaccination, he won't do it.
Talking about
Jim Brewer. So he started talking about what's happening now with this. You must be vaccinated, and he did an analogy that we've all become seals.
Yeah,
and they're holding up a concert to you, and you do what they want you to do, so they'll throw you a fish.
Yeah,
and he started acting like he was a seal trying to go to a concert and or something. And
I'm gonna tell you, the first time I saw him do Goat Boy, I thought I was going to lose a lung. I haven't laughed that hard, I think, my whole life.
No.
I don't know why, but it sure was funny.
So let the fun begin. We'll jump in with Moultrie, and we'll try to figure out what answer he's looking for, and eventually we'll give some away before the hour's done.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How about you? Things that you need to know. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast we put together today. We recorded today. It'll be out this weekend. If you, like so many, love Trans-Siberian Orchestra, we'll talk with one of the founding members today. Al Petrelli will be with us from Trans-Siberian Orchestra. So another music theme this weekend, but we'll talk about the phenomenon that is TSO and how it started, where did it come from, what's going on now. They are touring. The pandemic, took them out, but they are touring this year. It is interesting that we are still in a pandemic, but we seem to be living in a completely different way because I think we realized that the lockdown and all that really doesn't do much of anything other than destroy everybody's lives and everybody's ability to make a living. So let people decide what they want to attend and not attend. There's the concept. But anyway, we are back, and Dan Moultrie is with us. And of course, Moultrie, anytime that he comes here today, Bubba, we get into kind of a special mode as we begin to prepare ourselves for what Dan may require of us. But welcome back to the program. There's Mr. Dan Moultrie. Moultrie, how you been, buddy?
Hey guys, great, fantastic. It's kind of different. I don't hear Skinner this morning.
I know. I'm looking for where it is.
Dan, we're just glad to get you out of the woods.
Hey, this is the first time in 15 years we hadn't played Skinner.
I know, well, I'm looking at it.
Pandemic got it.
What happened to
all these buttons?
They're all doing it.
They have faded out. And I'm trying to figure out.
Do we need a new cheat sheet?
Yeah, we do. Here it is, right there. You can't even.
You don't have to worry about
it. Look at it.
With that new system, Rick. You'll just have a mouse.
But the on the hunt button is almost completely white now. There's nothing there. So there
you go.
There it is.
I had every intention to play it. I just couldn't find it. So Moultrie is back, and you're right. It doesn't count if you don't have the Skinner.
You gotta have Skinner.
This is Leonard Skinner on the hunt for those of you that can hear bed music that are not watching on YouTube. So Moultrie, I know that there's a lot going on, and there's huge demand. We have, and today we gotta let everybody know. By the way, you just said you got back from Colorado.
Colorado, we've been out hunting.
Tell Bubba the weather in Colorado.
44 was the low, 72 was the high of the whole time we were out there. And
but how will it be in a few months?
Hey, and the whole time,
you got
in the
time.
morning when you get up, this was all you got to hear.
And elks are screaming, baby.
It sounds like me when I can't find breakfast.
How good's that?
Wow.
So I told, and Rick and I were talking earlier this morning. As you get older, these dog days in August and September, they work on you.
Oh yeah, they are.
And it was refreshing for the soul to go out there. It was great.
But honestly, when you're talking about a low of 44 and a high of 72. How much better did that make you feel?
Oh, it was unbelievable.
There's energy. There's just happier.
It made you want to get up and do something instead of.
But our country, the weather is so diverse. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like these people, and I know them, don't you? That of course, they usually have a lot of time on their hands, but because it's hard to do. But they try to set up their deer hunting season to where they go to different regions, meaning they're always hunting the rut.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, see, I wish
they go where it's hot.
Yeah. I wish. That, and I don't. There's no way to do it. But if it was just unlimited, what I could do, including being able to do my job and all this, I really would make the move that I would try to time the seasons where I was never in the 98 degrees, 1,000 humidity, bugs, spider webs. If I could avoid that, I would just jump around the country to wherever at that time the climate. Because Alabama, there's times when the climate here's beautiful and wonderful, and I would come back to Alabama during the times that this is the place to be, and then I would leave when it's not the place to be, and then I'd go to where that place is, but not stay there too long. Because then it becomes miserable.
Right, we got to keep moving.
When winter comes, I'll be making my way back to Bama.
That's right,
exactly
right.
And
Rick, I call it taking the show on the road.
Right. And, but I'm glad you got to experience that. I bet it was just instant. It's almost like drinking a cup of energy.
It is absolutely wonderful. Yeah. I just can't.
So where are you hunting most of your time now, Dan? Because you're all over the place.
We're you know what, we're going to sort of move away from the South Texas deal. We've beat it so hard all these years, and we're going to Colorado. And we should have been up. I should have been right now instead of here in British Columbia with the lodge up there. But they've got the possible lockdown. When you come back in, you have to take a test. And if it's false positive or anything, you go to 14-day lockdown in some white painted motel. In my mind, I envision a little room that they won't let you out of. And it's just, Rick, can you imagine your schedule or any of you guys? No. And you're going to sit there for 14 days?
No.
There's no, I canceled the entire season up there.
Well, same thing. Sherry and I we have been planning to go to Canada now for 2 years. And finally, we just kind of give up on it. I mean, we're supposed to go there and work with the church there and love those people, and we're really looking forward to that. But I mean, there's no way to get in and out of that country, like you say. You can't take the chance of that, and just all the stuff they require of you.
Yeah. Dan, I kind of wish that we'd all helped you, beat Texas down a little bit more than we did over the years.
Yeah,
hey, y'all did a pretty good job of it.
I still tell the story a lot of my one trip.
I do too. Well, golly,
I tell that story, and because it all runs together. Tell me if it's the same trip. But I'll never, and I think it was, I'll never forget, because, there were other people down there where Dan had a place in Texas. There were other people. He wasn't the only one.
No.
Yeah. So Dan would bring his redneck friends from Alabama. And one time he said, "We got too many does down here." Do you remember this?
Yes.
And we went on a killing spree. These high rack trucks. We came back in from hunting, and some of the other people were standing over by the skinning shed, and there's deer like a pile stacked on top of each other, and here we all are riding up, and they're just like, "There's Moultrie and all his redneck buddies from Alabama."
that was when the Catholic Church, who owned the ranch, said, "Hey, if y'all will help us get rid of some of the does, we'll give y'all some more buck taste." So all y'all would have unlimited buck taste. y'all did a good job.
We did.
Y'all really did.
But I tell you one thing, we could have fed a nation.
Well, let me tell you.
And there was plenty of meat for everybody.
Of all those 40-something years we were in Texas, when Speedy's son, I was so tired that day coming in. We'd been out there for a month. We were all going to go home. And there's one of the best deer ever I've seen in a while. And the Speedy goes, "What do you think?" I said, "Let Tyler kill him." And we were going to kill that deer.
Yeah. Oh, Tyler is the me monster of hunting stories. And JC and Reese just can't stand it because they weren't old enough to really take advantage of that. But he was, and he'll come home telling all those. He came home telling all those stories, and still to this day talks about all the fun he had in growing up. And then there was that time he was with Greg, and Greg taught him a few things to say.
He said that was his favorite trip.
Greg, I don't know if he should hear that.
One of
he
my
needs to hear
favorite
it.
memories
made him better.
When Greg had missed like 2 deers in a row and claimed he's never shooting a gun again. Pitched a fit.
No. My favorite is when a guy who didn't know us kept commenting on it. All of a sudden, I heard Greg say, "That's one." And he looked at me. He said, "Why is he counting?" I said, "You don't want him to get to 3." The rest of us can rib him, but you ain't one of us. That's good. That's one. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. More Moultrie coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
shop.raycon.com/Bubba or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. It's 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Let us help you with your prescriptions. I mean, if you're out there and you're like, I have prescriptions that my doctor has prescribed that I need for my health, but they're so expensive I can't afford them. Well, maybe you need help from goodrx.com/Bubba. Goodrx.com/Bubba. Now, this is not an insurance, but sometimes it is actually better because the deals that GoodRx can find you, we're talking about savings up to 80%. That's the kind of savings that gets Dan Moultrie's attention.
And Speedy.
And Speedy. They both, I saw their heads rise up like prairie dogs. Just, So anyway, go to goodrx.com/Bubba. It's free for you to use. And what they do is they're going to give you access on the prescription that you need. You're going to look at 70,000 pharmacies, and you'll see what they all charge for the same prescription. CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Kroger, they're all there. The number one most downloaded medical app out there. Millions of Americans use it to get affordable health care every month. So why don't you join them and start saving right now, and us as well. Up to 80% by going to goodrx.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we have standing by, Mark Olis is going to join us again with Moultrie. And, Mark, we are excited because this is Moultrie Mobile's content marketing manager.
He is the man.
It's all about content, Mark. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Well, I'm fired up about content. I'll tell you that. So, the demand on the Moultrie cameras right now is through the roof, which is a good thing. But you guys, and I picture you sometimes like the mad scientist in your little laboratory, and you're always thinking, how can we make the cameras better? We're listening to the customers. We're trying to take the things that maybe could be better and improve them. So every time you come on, we're excited about the latest improvements. So let's talk a little bit about the Delta. It's funny that it's called Delta, but anyway, the mobile Delta from Moultrie Mobile. So this is
a good Delta.
We need a good Delta. Mm-hmm. So tell me why I should be fired up about the new Delta.
Well, the new Delta is Moultrie Mobile's newest cellular trail camera, right? So it's going to send you the pictures right to your smartphone. You don't have to go out to the woods and pull SD cards and all that good stuff. So, and I'll just tell you right off the bat, I mean, this camera is loaded with features, but it's at a price point that guys have to say, am I going to buy a regular trail camera or why don't I just get a cell camera? It's $99.99. I know Bass Pro Shops just a week ago had it for $80 on sale.
Wow.
But anyways, it's got 32 megapixel images. It's got the invisible flash, so you're not going to see any flash at night. We've got a lot of customers that use these cell cameras for security options on remote properties and things like that as well. So that's an important option. And one of the newest things on the Delta that everyone that's using it is the most excited about is the new video feature. This is our first cellular camera that transmits video back, and it's amazing. It's beautiful video. It's got audio to it, and that's one of the things a lot of folks said. I never realized how much deer vocalized. Now that they're getting that feedback. They're hearing all these different things. And, I'm really excited about turkey season coming up and using that video and hearing those birds gobble on there and everything like that. But another thing that's new to the Delta as opposed to our older cameras is it's got GPS built in as well. So when you get on the Moultrie Mobile app, you can see exactly where that camera is located on your property. And if you're running several of those and you start noticing, this certain buck shows up maybe on camera 3 and camera 2, you can start laying out a game plan. Hey, this buck is moving through here. And you can look at that map and see it in real time. Like, hey, I see what this deer is doing. So you can start putting a game plan together for that.
Hey, Mark, there's so many options with the Delta. It's become, and we've seen it, there's so, like if you run the video all the time, it's going to pull batteries down. So battery life is a huge concern. my tip of the year on any still camera, whether it's our brand or anybody else's, is use lithium batteries. And that it's about like rebooting your old computer to get it started again when it doesn't work. But give us some battery saving tips, because that's a deal. Everybody's concerned about battery life.
Yeah,
and you're the man on that.
Yeah, it's like everybody's tried all the different things to make those batteries last longer, and I know that's something we're getting back on the customer feedback too. So give us some tips on that.
Yeah, so I mean, let's face it. You put a cell cam out in the woods, you don't want to go and mess with it. That's the whole reason you got it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So changing batteries out, that's a pain. So just like Dan said, we do recommend running the lithium batteries in the Delta and other cameras. One, lithium's going to last longer. It's going to make those cameras run at peak performance. We're asking these cameras to do a lot of things from a power standpoint. You know, take an image, take a video, and then send it cellularly, right? So running those lithium batteries is going to keep that camera running at peak performance. And in cold weather, those lithium batteries are going to operate better than an alkaline as well. But one of the other things that I'll say that really helps on battery life is, you know, when you get a cell cam, the first thing you want to do is set that thing to immediate, right? Every time it snaps a photo, you want to get it on your phone because you're excited. You know, this is new. But that uses batteries more than anything. It's connecting to the server that is drawing that power down. So I always recommend, in the settings I run on my cameras, on my hunting property, I run them to twice a day. Now, you can run them to where it uploads 4 times a day, 8 times a day, but just pull it off that immediate mode, because if it connects and then sends 10 images, you're getting better battery savings than if it's connecting every time sending 1 image. So I say reduce that upload frequency. And then, another option is put an external power source on it. We've got solar battery boxes. And if you run those and those are getting good full sunlight for 6 hours plus a day, you can run that camera on immediate mode because it's constantly recharging that battery and you've got that power source. But if you're just running the AA batteries, you're going to run them down by uploading those pictures often. And while I mentioned video, if you're not running an external power source, you may want to not put it on video, because video is another power consumer on these cameras. So, and always you want to try to run that camera in an area that gets a strong cellular signal. That's going to improve your battery life as well. So, those are just a few things. And also detection delay. If you're running it on a feeder where you're getting hundreds of images of does, set that camera to only go off every 5 minutes instead of every few seconds. That also is going to tremendously help on battery life.
Mark, I didn't know. I saw your list, and I after all these years, I didn't know that you needed to regularly format the SD card, that it goes through that every time. I didn't know that. Bill, did you know that?
Well, yeah. I mean, you
of course he knows
that.
Yeah,
I gave him a chance to say that.
Well, I do it anyway, just to kind of, give it a fresh start and make it clean. But, Mark, from what I understand, when the camera's processing that, it'll look through the whole card. So if you have a lot of old pictures on there, maybe some of them you're not going to use, you're not going to keep for something, which if you've downloaded them, you've probably already saved them.
Yep.
You want to get rid of those and not let your card just be jam-packed full of pictures, because that's another time-consuming issue that eats battery.
That's correct. And that was more of an issue like on our 6,000 and 7,000 series cameras. Absolutely, because it would read through that SD card every time. So that is drawing more power. Now with the Delta, it's not as important from a power draw standpoint, but regularly formatting that card, Bubba, like you were alluding to, it just keeps everything running good. There, if an SD card gets corrupted, then that's going to cause all kind of issues. So it's just a good habit to get into to do.
One battery saving deal that was on your list is the lower the resolution. And I don't know if it's because old eyes or not. I can't tell the difference between the lower resolution and the better resolution. They look the same to me, but that's a good way to reduce it also.
Absolutely. So, and if the higher resolution image, it does allow you to zoom in, say that deer's kind of in the shadows and you want to see the antlers and how many points it has, that higher resolution image does work in that setting. But like you said, Dan, just to see what deer are there and everything, you really can't tell a lot of a difference. And if that camera is writing that bigger file, obviously that's using a little more battery power. And it's not so much from one image, but over the course of 10,000 images, that's using up more batteries. So you're right. Run it on a lower resolution, and all of these things will work together to help conserve battery life.
Well, I don't even know what PIR sensitivity is, but that's another tip you have here. What in the world is that?
Yeah, so the PIR, that's what's actually getting the trigger to tell the camera take a photo.
Okay.
So if you've got it, you can adjust that, and you can adjust it right from your app on the phone. You don't have to go to the woods to do this. All your camera settings are adjusted from the app on your phone. And so if you see the cameras maybe triggering because there's some blowing grass out there with the sun shining on it, and you say, well, I don't have anything in this image, you can lower that. And so that's going to make it less sensitive. So you don't get as many of those maybe images where there's, something blowing in the background triggering it. So you can lower that. And just by lowering it, you're going to get fewer of those blank images, if you will.
So there's a lot of tips right there from
the
Mark.
External battery. I've done that for years. That's one of the best things I've ever done.
So, Mark, we're excited about the new Delta cellular camera, and the price point on this is unbelievable. So if you thought maybe you couldn't afford Moultrie Mobile, you're wrong. Boys, the price point is better than ever. Mark, thanks for being with us, buddy. Always
Thank you,
a pleasure.
Mark.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Moultrie. We're back. This is always a challenging contest, and not just for you, the audience, but for us, the team. And remember, we finally, and it makes me feel at peace, when we finally solidified, you're just giving Dan the answer he's looking for.
Yeah, it's called Match Moultrie.
Match Moultrie.
Sure, because anybody, well, Rick, I'll say this, usually somebody will get on Google and say that we were wrong.
Of course.
We have to live with that while Dan has trucked off to somewhere having fun out in the woods.
Yeah, he's back in Colorado.
So we just clean this whole thing up and call it Match Moultrie.
I feel so bad for Moultrie. He only gets to hunt, in South Georgia, Colorado, British Columbia,
Texas.
I just feel so bad for him. Can you imagine how much he laughs when I say, "Hey, you want to go to Chilton County?" So anyway,
do they have nail guys in Colorado? They don't go that far, do they?
This is action trivia.
Here we go.
Action.
All right,
action trivia.
So here's what Dan is going to look for. Now, what do you want, Dan? Dan, let me tell you what you're going to win first.
Yeah.
You're going to get a Delta cellular camera that we just talked about. We're going to give you batteries with them, and I bet they'll be lithium.
Yes.
I'm going Delta.
And we're going to get you a 16, is it gigabyte?
Yep.
SD card with it. Now I will tell you this: the price point out there retail on this is $135 dollars and some change, and it varies in different places. You heard Mark talk about that. But wow, that's a lot. That's a lot for that price. But today you get it for free.
That's right, and finding them. It's been hard, like everything
for
else
that.
during the pandemic.
Dan, I have to ask you this, because on this show we would only do that. This was obviously in the works a long time ago, and it takes a long time to get to market. When the latest variant of COVID come out and they called it Delta, did y'all go, "Oh my gosh, what have we done?"
Yeah, you kind of wonder about that.
That's one of those.
That name got discussed a little.
Well, I like your immediate.
I mean, it don't bother us, but I know people in corporate world when they sit down. They.
Well, it's kind of like the time that we had the war going on. I saw a place called ISIS, and I was kind of like, man, I bet they wish they could take it back. But
they don't say it that way.
No, they don't. But anyway, but it looked like it when you look at it.
Just glance. It's one letter off.
But let's talk about this for a minute, okay? And I think, Bubba, because you had your marketing hat on, you went immediate positive. Don't we want the term Delta to stand for something good?
Yeah, we do. And it has. I mean, it's been used for a lot of things throughout history.
That's right. Delta Force.
Yeah.
All right, so what do you want, Dan, for this camera?
The change in something.
I want. This is the easiest trivia question we've ever asked because we just went through it in detail.
Oh no,
we want everybody to know about battery saving tips. So all you got to do is give me all the battery saving tips.
All
of them.
There isn't but 9 of them.
Dan, we're not going to have people remember 9 battery saving tips.
Guys, we're not in it. We're not
9.
Hey, we're not even in double digits. 9 is easy.
No, we got to negotiate that down.
Come on.
Would you be open to 5?
5?
Yeah. Would you open to 5? Maybe
you cut me almost in half.
Well, almost, but not completely. That's
what
me
about
negotiating.
Lucky 7?
Listen, anybody, the screen's lit up. Whoever you choose is going to answer them all first time. And
you think they're going to get? You think they're going to get all 9?
We're
Dan, I got news for you. They called before we ever asked.
We're 5. Lithium batteries makes it. Everybody knows that. So now you're down to 4.
All right, Bubba, you want to go with your number? How about 7?
Lucky number 7.
I'll go 7.
All right, 7 it is.
7.
So 7.
Y'all beat me down. This is bad.
All right,
this is
I know. Let me tell you, you ain't never been beat down in negotiation. One thing. I just gave Dan my phone. He gave it back. It's gold now. All right. So, by the way, that picture I showed you was funny, though, wasn't it? All right.
I'd like to see what Dan could do with straw.
Rumpelstiltskin, give you a little bit of our hair. All right, here we go. So you got to give us 7 of the 9 battery-saving tips that Mark talked about with Moultrie, and Dan brought up a few. Bubba brought up one. I brought up some. Yeah. All right, so let's go to the phone. 7 out of 9. Nick, you think you can give us 7?
I'm going Delta.
Battery-saving tips that we talked about?
I think so.
All right, everybody, who's keeping up with this?
Well, I'm
Speedy.
not. Yeah. Okay. Can
All right.
I see your list? Then?
All right, I'm watching. I'm watching. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Nick.
All right. Yeah, use lithium batteries.
All right, there's
That's
one.
on the other page.
External power source.
Yep.
No, there's 2.
Changing the frequency which you upload pictures.
There's 3.
Yep.
Changing how often it takes pictures.
Yep.
Yep. There's 4.
We should have stayed at 9.
He's reading right off the
I got
list.
beat down.
Decrease the resolution.
No, there's 5.
Yeah.
Got it right in front of you.
Not using the video.
Yep.
There's 6. One more, and you are a winner, Nick.
This is killing you.
Formatting the SD card.
Oh, my God. That would. Well, let's stop the music. Let's see if he can get 9. Now, he's already won.
Yeah.
All right, see if you can get 9.
Yeah, just read the 2 you didn't read.
Well, I mean, I'm not reading off anything.
What's the other 2?
Well, now you put me on the pressure. I can't remember.
No, Rick asked the question on it.
Yeah, you've already won. You're fine, Nick.
Yeah, you're good. We just want to see if you could run the
You're
table.
telling me you don't remember
This
what
is-
Rick talked about, and Rick asked the question.
I can't even remember what I.
I'm gonna give you a hint. I'm gonna give you a hint on one of them.
You said you didn't know.
Oh yeah,
what
that's
it meant.
right. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
I said I didn't know what it meant. Do you remember that one, Nick?
3 letters. Nick.
It's like the PRI.
Well, you're close.
Yeah,
Close.
give him
Sensitivity.
Like that.
Yeah, PIR.
One more.
One more.
PRI.
And we didn't discuss this.
One more, and we may I may get Ashley put something
But it's
special
on-
in your package.
it's
How
on
about that?
bonus.
It's on
A little
every
bonus.
camera
Yeah.
setup. This is not a new feature.
We didn't talk about number 6.
No, we didn't.
Well, he know it. Everybody knows.
You
all
mentioned
this.
you mentioned not uploading everything as quick. There's another part that you can slow down too.
Easy, Bubba.
What's happening, man?
The hint would be it keeps you from having 100 pictures of one doe standing there eating.
Oh yeah, everybody knows it.
Changing the frequency you take pictures, like taking them every 5 minutes instead of every.
Yeah, it's called detection delay, but you are correct.
That is it.
That's it. Well done.
Good job, Nick.
That son of a gun right there.
Boy, never will I let y'all beat me down like that.
But you know what that makes me excited about? He would have won either way.
Yeah.
And the fact that he listens to the interview in great detail.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Good
Well,
stuff right there.
All right. Well, Nick, you've won yourself one of these. The latest camera that is available from our friends at Moultrie. You got a Delta cellular camera, batteries, and SD card,
And-
all coming to you.
And we're going to get Ashley put a little special in
Oh,
there.
Moultrie's going to give you a little special.
Hey, bonus.
A little
Little
lanyard.
bonus. Hey,
Little lanyard.
All right, so I'm gonna have to tell you. Ashley say Daddy's promise.
Look at Speedy. Look up like I didn't get a special.
I'm confused because I didn't hear him say one of them that's on this list,
I know.
but I know we got 9.
Yeah, you know why? I'll tell you why in the break.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
But it all worked out.
Controversy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the one I thought you were talking about before, but you were talking about the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you why. All right. So
Did he say it another way?
no,
And we counted
no,
it something else?
There was something interesting that happened unless I'm reading it wrong.
Okay.
All right. Which this, by the way, that's
Match Poultry.
That's match Moultrie. No, he got him right. I mean, everything he said's right. All right, Nick, congratulations, buddy, and thank you
You
for
see what
listening.
I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Listening to every detail of the show, that meant a lot to us. And Dan, great to see you again, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Will of Meat is in play. Thank you for being with us today. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, I know there's been a request.
That's for our Spanish-speaking brothers.
Yes. Well, here we go. SpaceX. And we've got, for those of you that are watching the show, we got video to go with it, Bubba. Last night, all civilians launched in. Where did we launch to? We went into space. What did we do?
We're in orbit, Rick, kind of a high orbit, 300 some odd miles up. The space station, for instance, is about 200, and they're about 350. So they're on a very high orbit, and this was the first time we launched civilians. Total civilian crew in.
All right, so they're counting it down. There is the launch from last night.
Godspeed Inspiration 4. Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
This is when I joined. By the way, that's all I saw was a ball of fire.
Oh, really?
And I didn't know whether it was successful or not.
How about the ball of fire going through the clouds? Kind of cool, isn't it?
Start mission flying the Inspiration 4 crew.
I want to talk to you about one guy we got to take off the broadcast.
Bubba, I think you've missed your opportunity. You could have been on this right here because you're only going up for 3 days.
Look how cool that is.
The thing that gets me about that, if
you're engines rocking it, baby.
If you just look at that and you do ask if you don't know, is everybody okay?
Yeah.
They're in a ball of fire.
Yeah,
right.
I know. So that's when they've gone for throttle up, and those engines are really kicking right now.
Roll it up, ears.
I try to put Greg on the phone.
Wow,
Greg,
look at that.
Look at the speed.
On the phone.
Oh yeah.
Look at the speed. Man, look at it go, brother.
Second stage. The Raptor-Vac engine.
Look at them in there, y'all. And Bubba and I were talking about it in the break.
Looked like a pretty smooth ride, too.
Yeah.
You know, you remember during the space shuttle days, because of the solid rocket boosters kind of rough, you'd see them bouncing around.
Yeah.
excuse me, in a few minutes here, we'll separate from the second stage.
I want to talk to you about that guy. When he started doing the jellyfish thing,
we can see
I didn't need that.
Zero-G interfere floating around.
And it looks like it is a little golden retriever.
Oh, like the golden retriever assistance dogs at St. Jude Children's Hospital. That is apropos.
Okay, that's awesome. All right.
What if Bubba said he needed the rest of the week off and we didn't know why, and all of a sudden we saw him sitting there?
So here's one of them. Here's what we've done.
Huh?
Here's what we've done.
I'd rather help other people get there.
I want to pull the curtain back on Team Rick and Bubba here. At one time, and we're going to adjust this today and get it right, because Greg's going to clarify.
Is this just for me?
Yes.
Okay.
At one
Thank you.
time, Bubba, believe it or not, and this is going to sound odd, Greg we had listed as the number 2 space guy here on the show.
Now,
it's kind of like Bubba and
on,
Greg
Greg.
have this relationship that's outside the rest of the team. They eat together and they talk about space together.
Yeah.
And then Greg has not come along on the modern space exploration. Now Helmsy has become the number 2. But Greg, you want to explain this? And I
I'll
think
turn that over to Helmsy for the current.
I don't even necessarily want it. My point to you guys in the break was this one right here is not number 2. And when you said it yesterday, I thought it was blasphemy. And serious business. It should be in this place before him.
No, I'm way off.
Why? Because he watched it last night.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't even watch the whole thing.
But Greg, see that face right there. See, I asked Greg this morning. I thought I would try to talk space with Greg this morning before the kickoff hour. Well, my goodness, that was a mistake.
Yeah.
I thought I'd put a turd in front of him.
Right. Yeah.
And so I thought, you know what? I won't go there again.
Right.
I'll wait till Bubba gets here.
Right.
And Speedy wants to be like, even though Speedy's
he
heart
he
is so
desires to be
big.
there.
He desires to be there, and he wanted to watch it last night, but his schedule wouldn't allow it. And
Well,
that's what he said. He's like, man, I didn't get to see it.
In all fairness,
It's like,
the only way Speedy's going to see a launch is if it's at a ball game or it's on Fox News.
And Rick, and the reason I put you
now, if Tucker was going to cover it or Sean, he would have seen it.
Rick, the reason that I put you in front of Greg is because last night you're texting frantically, wanting to know how to watch
Not
it.
frantically.
You sent several texts.
All y'all's texting made me not want to watch it.
But let me say
that
this.
tells you all you need to know right there. You should not be in the 2
Now,
slot.
explain why you're not
I'll
Bubba's
give up
number
I'll give up the 2 slot on this future stuff.
Okay, why is that?
History of space, Mercury, Apollo, even the shuttle stuff. I'm all about it. I don't like
conditional.
A bunch of rich guys. I get to throw it out there, so I get to ride on the rocket. I like astronauts who went through a process, were picked out, weeded out. Think about all the ones that went in the past. We're throwing anybody on these things. It's like a ride at a circus. At a fair. We're doing that. And then did you hear the bunch when they're talking to them? Ooh, we got 2 girls sound like they're on NPR. Up there talking, ooh, they're floating around. What happened? That's right, flight. Yeah, flight this, flight that. That's what I want to hear.
You want to hear from Houston.
Yeah, I want. We got to go. Hey, we got to go, flight. I love when they call them flight. I love that. And this, it sounds like that we're at a party and we're all, we got 2 women on there. And the reason we're doing that is because everybody feels like we ain't got enough women involved in it.
There we go.
So we got them on, and they're talking about a stuffed toy floating around. You understand what I'm saying? I don't like the way it feels. It's still amazing. But I got rich guys, so I get to ride on the rocket because I'm the rich guy. Are you an astronaut? Well, no, I'm not an astronaut. Now we got Mr. Peepers on this one. At least he does fly jets. I'll give him some credit.
On several world
One guy won a contest to be on there. You see what I'm saying? I don't like the feel of it.
I hate to.
It's like a carnival ride.
I hate to put gas on this
Next.
fire. I hate to put gas on this fire. I watched probably.
We got to go, flight.
40 seconds to a minute.
Houston, we have a problem.
And can I tell you when I turned it off? And this wasn't even
the Good Time Gang.
This wasn't even the women. Is when the figure skating color commentator said,
"Oh, look, it's doing the jellyfish. It's the jellyfish.
Exactly.
Oh,
Rick.
it's the jellyfish."
I want the official guys with their tie and their white shirt on, with their headset on, talking business.
You want Jules Bergman,
right?
Yeah.
You don't want all this
ABC.
mess.
Yeah, I think
they dumb it. It don't feel like space to me. It doesn't feel like it.
But I'm fascinated by what's happening as far as civilians going on. But the
I don't
team,
even think it's
the
real.
team they've got covering it. I agree with Greg on. We got to get a
Now,
more.
you want me to give you space history? Then I'm right there with Bubba.
So Greg said
I like when me and Bubba discuss
Greg
things
said,
in the past.
and the quote in the break was, "I'm the old space guy."
Yeah, he said.
I don't like this. Hey, let me Bezos wear a cowboy hat, so that makes him like an astronaut. What's that? You know,
It's doing the jellyfish.
see, Rick, right there. And then they go, oh, there's Puffy the stuffed animal or something.
Puffy the stuffed animal.
I mean, come on.
That's a tie-in to the St. Jude.
I get that, but won't you just go, hey,
donated.
Good for St. And I love St. Jude.
Well, look,
me and Speedy did an event for them.
we did.
I give to St. Jude.
But
Helmsy,
but let's be honest.
But they don't have to have a stuffy dog and 2 women. Like it sounds like an NPR broadcast. The
Greg
2
said-
women like
Greg
they do on
said-
Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, Greg said, I don't want to hear a bunch of chicks sitting around talking about the new space thing.
Well, they can't. I mean, this is.
Look, I
a
can
dang
agree with
party.
every bit of what you just said.
Yeah.
My only problem with this entire presentation was he shouldn't be number 2.
No,
and I'm not saying I should.
no.
He just shouldn't be.
I'm not.
I need a number 2 guy.
And
so
he said he's okay
so
with
I'll
that.
know who to talk to
I'm
about
not
it.
number 2.
Yeah.
All right,
That's the only point I was making.
where do you cut
This
it off?
bothered me last night too.
This is
by the
rich
way.
people riding on
New and
rockets.
old. I mean,
Where do you get?
We're
where-
moving-
where's the
we're-
line to old? In your opinion,
what has to
Shuttle,
happen for
last
you to
shuttle.
jump on board?
You talking about where I?
Yeah. You're talking about
I'd
the
like to see
rich
them-
guys.
I'd like to see the astronaut. Now, the first bunch they sent up, they were true astronauts, wasn't they?
Yeah,
the ones?
yeah, they
I
were,
don't like the
yeah.
uniform, but I can get past that.
How about the doctor on this one? The pilot, she almost was an astronaut, made it down to the last cut. And
Well,
didn't
why
make it.
is she on there then? She didn't make the cut.
Well, that was before.
Well, that's what
that
I'm
was
saying.
for NASA.
Well, that
So
means
she
there
made
must
the
be
cut.
someone more qualified.
She made the cut this time, though.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, and this is what we have to resolve, and you saw
It's
that.
like everything. We dumb it down. You want to ride on it? Okay, you can ride on it too. You know, I want. You had to go through a process.
Well, what we have now, Greg is your number 2 guy for space history.
The old space, anything shuttle and back.
And Helmsy is your number 2 guy for modern.
Okay.
Modern.
We're gonna do quotes from the movie The Right Stuff.
Yeah.
We're gonna do. Those
I'm not
quotes
bringing
back
this up because I want
No,
that spot.
no, I know. No,
Okay.
can I just be honest
I
with you?
need somebody in that spot.
You needed
though.
him
and I don't
clarified.
mind being in that spot. That's not what this was about.
Last
I just
night-
don't want him in
I'm
it.
not fired up about SpaceX and Virgin and all this. Not fired up about.
I know. So he's out. So he can't be the number 2 guy on modern.
And it's not their technology or their equipment. I like that, but I don't like the presentation.
You're the closest we got to a 2
Y'all
modern.
like that? Y'all like that pajama party we just saw?
I did
Y'all enjoy
spend
that?
about 30 minutes of my life watching it last night
See?
and dialed into it too.
Once they start
up-
talking, though, you
I
kind of
stayed up too
Oh, the whole
late
time. That was bothering
watching,
me.
hoping we were going to get more stuff last night.
Yeah.
And I love the engineering on it, how we're pushing the.
I feel
the
bad for
needle
Bubba the
forward.
way they're treating space now. I just feel bad.
Well, he's
I'm
overlooking
glad.
it.
I wish we had more companies.
I can't believe y'all missed Tucker last night. It was a good show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us. So, some clarification on Team Rick and Bubba today. Bubba, is our space expert. He loves space. Enthusiast is a better word. You're right.
I'm not an expert in anything.
And Greg at one time was his number 2 guy, but Greg clarified today that he is not into the modern space exploration, and he gave his reasons. Helmsy has some enthusiasm about it, so he will now be Bubba's 2 guy on the show in modern space exploration. Greg was his number 2 guy if he wants to speak of anything old space.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know if anything space is going to be on Tucker Carlson, I'll call Speedy.
Call Speedy.
Yeah.
We're a go flight.
Right.
Too much giggling going on, Rick.
But Greg doesn't like the new hip to the groove way they cover stuff.
No.
He's old school, and I think we have a little Jules Bergman here for throwback for Greg.
This is what Greg wants. He misses this.
And we're talking, Jim, in any case of a landing no sooner than Thursday afternoon or, say, 54 or 5 hours from now, and I'm sure that emergency orders have already gone out from the war room at the Pentagon and the recovery room in Houston, Mission Control, to get 1 or 2 destroyers headed there very rapidly. We'll recap the situation in a moment. Let's pause now for 5 seconds so our stations may identify themselves.
That's how you talk about space.
See, Jules Bergman was my hero growing up. I thought nobody has a cooler job than Jules Bergman.
What about his models?
Yeah, because you didn't have all this video we got now. You didn't see all that. Yeah, he'd have his models, and he'd be acting.
What about when they had
I got to have
What about when they had the blowtorch showing how the heat shield works?
They did that with the tiles.
And Greg wants us to look at Houston. He wants to see men with Grecian formula in their hair, with a crew cut, with black rim glasses. Look, Jules has got his models out.
Let me say
That's it. Let's hear that. This is great.
We wouldn't be losing our headset here either. Let me glue that back on, and there we go.
Mm-hmm. Look at Jules. He's got his models out.
Hair, not a hair out of place.
No.
Normally, this is what would return from the moon. The 2 astronauts, of course, would have
can't get it stay together.
Taken off from the moon.
When you were little Bubba, how bad did you want that
module here?
Rick,
docked with the command
I cannot
module
tell
around
you
the
how
moon,
bad I wanted this.
Then jettisoned
I made
the
my
lunar
own.
module.
You know,
This was all gone. The defense stage,
you
of
couldn't live in a
course,
world without them.
I had to play with my models while Jules Bergman was doing this, and I'd have
powered them off the moon up to a docking.
And listen to that monotone, Greg.
And you think for just a second
they would have jettisoned the
that if one of these events that the astronauts got trapped up there and they had to figure out how to get them back, that they could do it with these yuppies.
I know, Greg.
Oh, how are we going to get them back? You know, you need them business guys.
I wonder if they're still doing the jellyfish.
Yeah.
Okay.
They wouldn't be able to recover them like they did on
Greg's
Apollo
chewing
13.
on toothpick. Heads up.
Watch
Look out.
I thought he was on fire.
They couldn't have worked out that Apollo 13 tragedy.
Yeah. No. Well, Greg.
Not this new bunch. Everything goes good. They're good. Boy.
Yeah, I hope we don't get to see him in action.
No, I hope not.
Did you see him in the break when he said, "You want to go on the rocket? Come on."
Yeah. Who wants to ride? You want to ride? Okay.
It's not quite that loose, Greg, but
yeah.
Oh, they train for 6-7 months.
Let's see if you fit the suit. If that suit fits you, you get to go.
I love them new suits.
I wish they'd hurry up and go to Mars and stay there.
Greg,
stay there. Yeah, I wish they'd go on. We keep talking about that. Go on and send them.
Right.
Well, we're going. That's the
We'll
whole.
holler at you.
That's the whole Elon Musk thing. Is we got to be a multi-planetary species.
Well, how about
let's
that?
go to
He's
Mars and
working
live
on
in a tube. That ought to be great. Find me a planet that's like this one.
Look at look at the difference.
Why would you want to live on Mars? It's a red desert.
Right.
I can live there now. I got to stay indoors at all times, and when I go out, I got to wear this suit.
Greg, now you're talking about
Who
the
wouldn't want
pandemic.
to live there?
Greg, now you're talking about the pandemic.
That's true. They're testing us.
We are living in that world.
Yeah. They're getting us ready.
But we're not doing it this time, and I'm kind of proud of us for refusing to be treated the way we're in the first round of the pandemic.
Yeah,
but
they're trying, but no.
If they could come back and go, hey, we found this planet, you wouldn't believe the fish. We
Yeah.
went fishing.
Right.
The bass are just crazy.
Yeah, if you, hey, Greg, if y'all can find a planet that we're going to jettison to that looks like our farm, I'm in. But
But Mars is
you ain't gonna believe
it's a
genetics on
stepping
the
stone
boats.
to get there.
Greg, I'll quote this from Stephen King's Pet Cemetery. Sometimes dead is better.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Especially if your eternity is in. I'm clinging to what so I can live in misery. It's like just like you and I used to talk about. Look, if somebody drops a big old nuker on us, I'm going to run out and see if I
I'd like
can't
to
be
be on-
vaporized. I mean, by the first day, I do not want to be living in in Armageddon.
Yeah, these people, hey, they're going to put so many people underground. I don't want to be those people. Then you got to come back out eventually.
Yeah, right.
It's going to be bad.
You live the rest of your life with, half an arm, some kind of rash all over your forehead.
I'd rather be
scrounging for food. You're right.
Well, see, Greg, I think
or in the presence of the Lord. Oh, okay.
I think our best hope in this solar system is Titan, which is a moon of Saturn.
I have heard that.
And we got to get our Mars deal down before we can go there.
Well.
And you saw the pictures. It looked like it had the coast. It looked like a picture of the Gulf Coast when they were taking pictures on Titan. But now it may be methane water. We don't know. But
Please
we'll see some difficulties.
Please look at the different types of fish that are in there where all that waste is going in the water.
See, Greg, this is the way I'd like you to look at it.
Yeah.
Look what we just did with people like us. Right. Imagine what the sure enough astronauts are getting ready to do.
That's true.
No,
I'm ready for them to come back.
Well, and let me
Does that help at all?
And it sounds like
if there's I want them to be vetted, trained, and when you're standing there, you go, "This son of a gun here is the top 1%."
What about Space Force?
Mm-hmm.
Space Force.
Are you into that at all? Are you into Space Force at all?
I ain't really seen what it's about yet.
Yeah, you got to investigate that. There it is, right there, Bubba. Got the logo. Yeah.
What'd you put that?
What seen them do a lot.
Has that always been there?
Have y'all seen them doing a lot?
Have you seen the commercial on TV for yet? I've been wanting you to see it.
Mm-hmm. This one here?
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Okay. All right, Bubba, I've been wondering. I've been wondering when you were going to see it. So you have seen it. Yeah, okay, good.
Rick. Got them jeans jacked
Bubba,
up.
Were you
You
sent
talking
the
about
sticker?
the fake world we live in?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Did you find the sticker? Were you sent the sticker? What made you put it on your laptop?
I was given the sticker, and I just thought it looked cool.
It does look cool.
Yeah.
It is a
Cool
cool
logo.
sticker. It sure is.
Look
Not ready
official,
for them
kind of.
When I first saw it, I thought it was the presidential seal.
Yeah, it
But
looks like it.
Yeah, but it's good.
Yeah, I wanted another Rick and Bubba sticker like we had, but we don't have any, so I got to find it.
You went with Space Force.
Yeah, it's a Rick Bubba for Space Force.
Well, something was going to go on there.
That's right. Well, no, I like that. And
Sure wasn't going to put a Minnesota Vikings logo on there.
Well, there you go.
Well,
Thank
it
you.
always
Quit
goes
working.
back to
Yeah,
the
Bubba
Vikings.
has the Space Force logo sticker on his computer.
Yeah.
Right there.
Sports Space Force.
Yeah, and it looks good. It really does.
Future of warfare, gotta have it.
So these, as Greg would say, these people they rounded up, are they now floating? And
Yeah, they're in a
3 days.
3-day trip. They're circling the globe every 90 minutes.
All right. So when we come back, I want to talk about one of the things that circling the globe has shown us again.
That you're circling the globe.
That you're circling
primarily
the globe. And now they're going to tell us that that the Earth looks round to us because they're using the fisheye lens. Is that what they're going to say?
Oh yeah.
Well, Rick, they got a good.
I'm just wondering what the flat earthers are going to say every time we get a picture of the actual Earth. It's kind of like people wondering where the virus came from.
It was NASA that was running the scam. Now a lot of other people have had to be brought
So
in. and bought
everybody
off.
is in on the scam of trying to convince us, and we can't tell you what the advantage is to the Earth being round. Okay, bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. No one listens. But to disagree with us now, take a look around. All right, as we make our way back, mypillow.com, these quilts are really going, they're really moving. You know why? Who doesn't love a good quilt? I know, especially women. Women, we've got a stack of quilts and blankets and you know, hey, can you hand me one of those? Hand me one of my blankets. You know, if you get down to watch TV or something like that. But these quilts, you know, and of course, I don't know about y'all, the quilt that is on our bed, it's year round. I keep saying, honey, the quilt should be seasonal. And but there's something about everybody just likes having a quilt.
Yeah.
So anyway, now MyPillow, with their commitment to excellence, as we've seen from the pillow on, they now have their own quilts that they make, 7 great colors, all made from 100% U.S. upland cotton. And people are loving them. So get yours now and use the promo code Bubba. We'll get you 30% off these new quilts by going to mypillow.com. And by the way, the original, the premium MyPillow is $40 off right now with the code Bubba. So use that. It says radio listeners right there at mypillow.com. Put in the promo code Bubba and let the savings begin. There's a link at rickandbubba.com too under the sponsors button. So Bubba, now after the successful launch last night of SpaceX, they're now giving us images of them orbiting above the Earth. I want to be sure I have that right.
Yeah, in the Dragon capsule, they actually have what they call a cupola. It's a glass dome, so they can get a better view of everything. And here's a picture of that glass dome with the Earth in the background, about 350 miles up.
So when I'm looking at this picture, I'm talking about a current picture of the planet on which I live.
Yes.
It is round.
It is round, like a ball.
Depends on where your view is.
Here we go. So,
Greg, those phones are ringing off the hook in there, buddy.
Yeah, so let me go with it. Now I'm going to put on the hat, and I'm still quite shocked by this, but only in this fake world in which we live could this really be happening. I'm going to go, and I can't believe it. I mean, honestly, I really can't believe it, and I know you share this emotion, but I think you may have possibly, I'm not sure, you may have moved away from it and are back to living life again. I still can't get past it. Okay, that there's people in modern time that think the earth is flat.
Here we go.
I have a hard time getting past that. So because here's the thing, I don't get it.
It seemed like it was one of those things.
Honestly, I don't think I'm stable enough for that. Okay?
Rick, I thought it was one of those things we settled in like 1492.
I did too. So
we settled it with a ship.
A wooden ship.
So let's go back to this again. So I'm going to play devil's advocate, and I'm going to put this wacky hat on.
Right.
So I'm looking at this picture. Adler loves, because by the way, if you think it gets to me, for some reason this flat Earth thing flips a switch with Adler.
Yeah, he'll come run in here.
He can't believe that, and he has tried to show them all the proof we have. Adler's willing to put the energy in to prove it again.
Yeah.
I think Bubba's almost moved on to there's no reasoning with them, and I'm almost there. I'm kind of in between you and Adler. But I'm not as close to you as I need to be. I'm still a little close to Adler because I can't believe it.
I'll tell you what it does. People who, and I've had several people confide in me that this is how they feel.
I know. Well, I had one.
And they have somewhat high-ranking positions in different things that I trust.
Not in space exploration.
Well, no, and other
life.
things. And it makes me wonder if they're stable, really.
I know.
I mean,
that's my point.
and you go, oh my gosh.
Well, I told you,
he's. Well, look out.
You know how you kick.
Don't let him have car keys.
I know,
that kind of thing.
Seriously, and I'm not exaggerating this. You know how sometimes you have your friends, you have your people that are strangers, and then you have that in between acquaintances. You see them, you do things with them, you know who they are. Hey, how you doing? And then sometimes you're kind of testing. Will they move to the friend area?
Rick, don't bring this up again.
Okay,
come on now.
I canceled one.
I know.
I was moving from acquaintance to friendship, and once this topic came up, I know I went the other way. I was
Well, Rick,
I made a note. I made a note. No need to worry about finding time for this. Hey.
So you're saying that was a deal breaker?
Okay, stop the energy developing this relationship. All right, so anyway, hey, take that energy, devote it somewhere else.
Yeah.
All right, so anyway,
can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah,
because do they know this?
If they're paying attention, they've probably picked up on me talking around it, but not an official. What I did what we called back in the old days. I did the presidential.
In my world.
I did the presidential, where I just didn't go back to it.
Yeah, Hans, I'd be careful.
Yeah, I just faded.
This person's in my world now, so I don't want to bring it up.
Please don't.
Okay, all right.
But what I'm saying,
but if they know the reason I'm asking, they may bring it up to me.
If you remember, now be careful.
That's where I'm getting.
Don't get on this topic because you'd wish you hadn't.
But Rick, what I love is NASA and the government was in on this giant conspiracy. Not to mention the Russian, the Chinese, all this, and we don't know why. There was really no reason to have a conspiracy.
Don't get me there because that's where I have trouble. That's where I get upset. Hey, that's where I get upset because I don't mind conspiracies, but you have to show me. What's the gain?
There's got to be something that you're getting out of it.
They're tricking us for this gain, and I can't get one flat earther to answer for me why pretending the earth is round when it's really not, how someone benefits from that.
Okay,
so we could go up and take pictures up and come back and say it is a snow globe. Y'all right. Hey, it's flat.
Like I said, if we found out it was flat tomorrow, what does that change?
It doesn't change anything for me.
Well, it does change how far I'm going to float.
Well,
but I mean,
sure. I think we're good on that. I mean, evidently, I think that's our proof.
Yeah, for some reason we can't seem to get to.
Rick,
the end
I believe
of
if that was the case, somebody would have already fell off.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't want to get started on that. But it's back to this again. So let me go back to where I was, and I shouldn't have spent this much energy on it. But I'm going to put the hat on of the flat earther. I'm looking at these pictures from the cupola, and now these pictures are coming in like right now. These are pictures from yesterday into today.
Yeah.
Okay, these are brand new.
Yeah, Rick, but they're right on top
using
of
new
it.
Technology
It looks
in some
round,
cases.
but they're going down.
Want to be sure I have this right. Correct me if I'm wrong. NASA, this is not NASA's thing. These are private entrepreneurs, correct?
This is SpaceX, yeah.
Okay.
Now they work with NASA, but it's not
well,
their
be careful.
Different entity.
NASA's their daddy.
What I'm saying is, so now, and listen, and we know most of the people involved in this. You with me?
Yep.
Most of the people involved with this, when it would come to moral and political issues, they're left. They're to the left.
Oh, I can tell that.
You know, I mean, most of these.
Well, not all of them I know.
No, I'm talking about the wealthy people that are doing the private stuff right now.
They would probably lean that way.
I wouldn't call Sir Richard a staunch conservative. I certainly wouldn't call Elon Musk one. I mean, he can sometimes be a fiscal conservative, but morally and all that. What I'm saying is these are different type of guys that wouldn't lock in with the evil NASA that's trying to fool everybody.
You're saying you probably wouldn't see him with a MAGA hat at a Trump rally.
Right. What I'm saying is, if I'm the conspiracy theory flat Earth guy, a whole new bunch. That's what I should have said. That's the simple part. A whole new bunch of people are bringing me back round pictures again. Okay, right?
Right.
A whole new bunch.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, with my hat on of conspiracy theorist flat earther, I'm looking at the picture and I'm saying, well, no, that's not really a ball. That's a snow globe. Or they use
pizza pan.
Right, and they use the was it snake eyes? What is it? Fish eyes.
Fish eye lens.
The fish eye lens
that makes it look round.
Right. Is that what I'm gonna hear? Because it seems like in Rick's world, it looks like we got more pictures again of a round ball Earth.
Well, the fisheye lens would have a problem distorting the background and not the foreground, and the foreground is not bent in a circle.
But does a flat earther look at that picture and say, "Well, that's not a ball"?
Well, they claim that you're
Rick,
straight up above
a flat
it,
earther would they're so sold on their view. There's nothing they can see that will change their mind.
And I'm going to try this one more time, and I'd like to say it's for the last time. It's not for the last time because I know I'm not that far yet, but I probably will say this fewer times. Does that make sense? Because it's a little baby steps.
Yeah.
You know, when you're going through therapy, it's baby steps. I'm not going to say this all the time, but I'm going to say it less times, and I'm not going to say it none. But I'm getting better. I'm going to ask this again because no one's ever answered this question. All these people are trying to convince us the Earth is a ball and not flat, and the gain in that is what?
I don't have that answer.
What did they?
Well, they don't either, evidently, because we don't hear that answer. That's the point.
It's to get money, all the money NASA gets, and all that. But here's the problem now.
Of course, I would still get money if I was going to over a flat Earth.
Yeah,
right.
But here's the problem now. You've got Virgin Galactic. You've got Blue Origin. You've got SpaceX. You got a half a dozen other small rocket companies. Steve Wozniak's even starting one now.
Got that
farmer. He was.
One of the founders of Apple.
Yeah.
So all these people now have got to be paid off and hushed up. And with social media, everybody's got a camera, everybody's posting, but somehow we've kept this secret.
I don't know. Texas and Oklahoma came to the SEC. Nobody knew.
That's a fact.
No, I'll tell you what. That's probably the best kept secret in modern times. Yeah. And I told the commissioner that. I don't know how he did it.
Okay, I'm just going to say it again. Of course, that was the day you announced Nebraska was joining.
Well, that was a Freudian slip.
Right. Bubba went ahead and let the cat out of the bag.
He did.
He's got info.
I apologize to the commissioner for that.
Somebody said after Texas's performance,
he said that's next year.
After Texas's performance against Arkansas, they actually replaced them with Nebraska.
Yeah, we're going to see how they did.
Gosh, if y'all could have been with me in Waco when I threw that little jewel out there. Oh, and with our disturbed little. So anyway, I'm done with it. I'm not going to talk about flat Earth anymore. It's not healthy for me.
But can I tell you the bottom line in all this? You have to believe something, and you have to believe somebody. I have personal experience tracking satellites myself with my own equipment. They can't arrange all that just for me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Will of Meat still in play. We'll do a Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. And we'll be talking to one of the founding members of Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Al Petrelli. Looking forward to that conversation. Understand he is a great interview, by the way. So enjoy that this weekend as we get the story of Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Thank O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Tonight, excited to be going to beautiful Fairhope, Alabama. First Baptist Church, Fairhope. I'll be speaking there tonight for Man Church as they're doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Also, Winfield Baptist Church on the 19th of September. Todd Jones, Todd Ruski. Toddster. He'll be there on the 23rd. 3 different Man Churches, 3 different places, 3 different speakers. I'll be speaking at Lakeside Baptist Church in Birmingham on the 23rd, and then also we'll have Helmsy speaking in Opelika. He'll be at a Man Church that night, and Rich Wingo will be in Jasper, Alabama. He'll be speaking at Northside Baptist Church. And then just a men's event coming up on the 26th of September. I will be in Chipley, Florida. And you can get all those details by going to either rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or themanchurch.com under events. And remember, get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. And I do want to mention that we'll do some phone calls here at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. 30 seconds a pop. We'll ask you, you can make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. We will buzz meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, and likely anybody who's flat earth. But I guess we don't really want to go through that again, do we?
No, no need to.
Okay, so dial us up right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 30 seconds a pop. The buzzer will sound unless you get a timeout from Bubba or Helmsy. We'll still, as the show continues, next hour we'll update you on this General Milley thing. There's some reaction to that yesterday. It was kind of odd looking at some of the things that are going on. But we'll update you.
You mean the treasonous action of our head of our military?
It goes back to this fake world that we're living in, and there's a truth in there somewhere. You watch one news outlet, and he should be court-martialed.
Mm-hmm.
You watch another news outlet. Now, both of them have military people, because if you don't do that, people are going to say, well,
right.
And then you go to another channel with a military person and say, well, hey, Milley did exactly what he's supposed to. Again, to the phones we go. Trent standing by in Dothan, listening to News Talk 103.9. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Trent, go ahead, buddy.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Yeah. Go.
Rick, I wanted to get your thoughts on when New Babylon is mentioned in the Bible. I've heard people think that that's referring to the United States, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Oh, gosh, that's I really thought when I saw your topic you were going to talk about Babylon B, and I had all you needed on that. But you're talking about actual Babylon. I think you have to remember when you look into Scripture, nationalism is a great thing. Nothing wrong with being patriotic or whatever, but don't ever let nationalism and patriotism be confused with your spiritual life, because the world is much bigger than the United States of America. And sometimes we think that on the first day God created the United States of America. No, He actually created the earth, and so it's a big world. I believe that the United States of America certainly had a role in biblical prophecy, and I think probably the one that's easy to look at is we were the first one to acknowledge that Israel is its own nation and is a state, and they were returned to their own place. That's a biggie, by the way.
And moved our embassy back to Jerusalem.
Yeah, and some people even go as far as to say, and after that, we just kind of fell into we're just a lot like a lot of other nations, and that's what God wanted us to do first and foremost. We do know that with our wealth and our freedoms that we have been used by God for those who are followers of Jesus to advance the gospel to the ends of the earth because of resources that we have access to that other nations don't. That's important.
We've been a blessed nation.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. But I think a lot of that was based on what our forefathers did and accomplished more than us.
But with that all being said, and yes, our society is deteriorating like many superpowers before us, and we will collapse on ourselves. And I do not see a lot about the United States of America in the Revelation and in the end times. That's probably a little concerning, but I could just have that wrong. But I do not believe the Babylon that you speak of in Scripture is the United States of America. I do not.
Well, we know there was a Babylon,
right,
and it was mentioned as one of the 4 world powers,
right,
that fell,
right,
and fell to the Persian Medes. So, I mean, that spot has been used now. Symbolically, is it the United States now? We could have that discussion.
Sure.
But clearly there was a Babylon, and that is mentioned a lot.
Yeah, I think one thing I've heard said a lot, which is true, when Paul's writing the book of Romans, he's actually doing that from the city of Corinth. And in our Wednesday Bible study, we're going through one of his letters to the church at Corinth. And Corinth was the Las Vegas of its day. It was a city of decadence and debauchery. And when he's listing all the things that a fallen, depraved society looks like, he's looking at what's going on in Corinth and telling the Romans, this is how things deteriorate. And if you read Romans chapter 1, it's like it was handed to the United States of America as a script, and we're just doing the one thing, then the next thing, then the next thing.
I want to read y'all something because this is what we're talking about.
Yep.
Because I just thought, what is the average age of empires collapsing, falling?
Oh yeah, sure.
The average age of empires, according to specialists who have studied this, and I don't know his name, it's listed here, is 250 years. Mm-hmm. After that, empires always die, often slowly, but overwhelmingly from overreaching in the search for power.
Yep.
America of 1776 will reach the 250th year in 2026. Yep. Y'all just file that away.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
Yeah,
we've talked about that, and you're right. And we are approaching that age. And you said, and you look, and now here's the thing: if you really want to have fun, and we've done this before on the show, go take those empires and look at how they fell and what they did that caused it. We're doing every one of them.
Absolutely,
and which kind of goes back to that Romans chapter 1 reference again. And but that's all right, because I think sometimes when we're praying and we want to be in God's will, somehow we think that the only answer to the prayer we're looking for is somehow for our way of life to remain unchanged or only get easier. And see, that's that mistake we make about trying to make heaven on earth. Now, none of us should want to have issues, but I'm just telling you, issues, this thing is going to go away. That's not up for debate. I don't know the time of that. I don't know how, from time to time God offers periods of grace and mercy. He's done that. We certainly appreciate that, and we're thankful for that, and we're not to abuse that. But this earth is going away, and that's what I said before. Our job is to go out, and Jesus says he wants to change individual lives, and he can, and only he can. He changed mine. But we are not going out to change the world. And because he's going to replace this world, and we're trying to use the gospel to change people, but it's not going to change the world.
Rick and Bubba.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. If you missed yesterday's Wednesday Bible study, it is archived and available. The topic, church discipline. Difficult, unpleasant, but necessary. Right out of Scripture. It's really not important what any human being thinks about it, but it is important what the Bible says about it. And welcome back for a brand new hour, but you can grab that on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel either way. Hey, welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
All right, so we're going to talk about the General Milley deal and all that, but we're going to do it from a point of view that you may not expect. But the reason why we are is, look, I can sit here and play what Fox News said about it, what CNN said about it, and we certainly could do all that. But there actually became, as close as I've seen, and I know when I reference this media source, you're not going to believe what I'm saying, The View. It was interesting to watch the ladies on The View. Greg said that he thought they might have been auditioning for the next private space launch to give us the play-by-play. But, you can see that some of them know this is bad, what General Milley did, and with some expertise on this. But they know that they're going to upset the View audience and of course, Joey Behar.
Right.
If they have the audacity to say what he did was wrong. So Whoopi will get it started.
Yeah.
Now, Joey Behar is going to say exactly what you think she's going to say.
Exactly.
But some of the ladies actually tried to tell Joey you're really mad and angry and emotional about this, but you're not being logical about it.
But to your point, very delicately.
Very delicately. but here it is. Whoopi gets it started. Here we go.
The last days of you-know-who's presidency apparently were even more chaotic than we thought, according to the new book, Peril, which claims that Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Milley was worried, so worried about you-know-who's mental state after his election loss, he thought he might launch a nuclear strike. And so even called the Chinese military to assure them that they were safe. Now, you know who is saying that never happened, that he was never planning to drop any bombs, and says if he actually contacted China, the general committed treason. What's your take on this?
Oh, go ahead, Sonny. I know you believe that.
I do. I think that you break command in that way. You are committing treason. You're going outside of the chain of command. I mean, I worked for the government for many years, and it is sacrosanct to go within the chain of command. And I know that it was done to protect us from wars, so that wars would not be started. And I think that the former twice impeached former disgraced president was perfectly capable of starting a nuclear war, especially after his loss. But I think there's just no excuse for a silent coup, which I think that's what that is.
You know, the whole time that Trump was president, I was home saying, please, God, make there be an adult who controls this lunatic. I know, I was praying, let there be somebody in the room who holds his arm back when he hits that, but goes to that button. And I blame all the people around him in his cabinet who did not invoke the 25th Amendment. Obviously, he was nuts. We've seen it for 4 years. We saw the crazy behavior. And God bless General Milley for straightening things out. I know that the chain of command is sacrosanct. I understand that. But this was an emergency. This guy, we had a certifiable nutcase in the White House.
But, Joy, I actually agree with Sonny.
This is a good point right here.
And I think the part I'm okay with is General Milley looked to the people below him and said, if you get a command of dealing with nuclear weapons, come to me first, which also breaks chain of command, because if the commander-in-chief commands it, that to me was a safety net, a bit of a whistleblower saying, you guys, look me in the eye right now, we're not pushing buttons, okay?
Secretary of Defense should
But to go to China is a problem to me, because just like we talked about back when the dossier came out, that we didn't agree with any politician doing foreign research on each other, I think there's a certain amount we've seen that they're going to infiltrate regardless. We don't need to be going to people that are our adversaries.
But wasn't the Chinese government saying, what's going on in America? I mean, what's going on with this guy?
You can just answer like you do like your aunt and be like, we're good. We'll check in
why?
later.
He went to his counterpart in China and said, don't worry.
But he also said, this is the worst, pledged to alert him in the event of an attack. You can't tell China, we're coming for you. Like, we are united in that thing. And even if Trump's in charge, you go within. You go within our country. There are people.
But you know,
Secretary of Defense.
Listen,
else.
he had a cabinet that should have invoked the 25th Amendment for 4 years, and they did not do it. How can you trust these people?
But Joy,
to do
imagine
the
right now,
thing?
some people, I do not agree with this, think that President Biden is dealing with some senility. Imagine now if you handed that power over and said, well, Trump did it, and they went to China and checked. Now, people that disagree with you will say,
it's not about that. I can believe my eyes. I see what's going on. Biden doesn't have senility.
No,
Trump
but what I'm
was
saying,
crazy,
there are
and
some,
you know it.
There are some people like you that believe the opposite of Biden. What I'm saying is you have to be okay with the issue on both sides of the pendulum.
I am.
You are?
Yes, I am. And I'll tell you why. Not just because we have to take a break, but because I feel very strongly that if something happens in the middle of the night, do you ever see a movie called Failsafe?
Yes.
No. You've never seen Failsafe? It's Henry Fonda, and it.
Okay. Do we hear?
Yeah. No, she's just about to wrap up. So the points were made.
Yeah. Here is one of the points that I want to make in this. The president doesn't have a red button in the drawer of the Oval Office that he can just push a button and start a nuclear war. There is a fail-safe system. There is checks and balances. There is a chain of command. The president cannot do that by himself. The Secretary of Defense has to agree to it. They have to be in unison on it. And they are civilians. And that's our whole setup is civilians control the military. Okay? Like it or not. In this case, you had a general who made himself in charge of the military. I'm in charge. I'm telling him what we're going to do, if y'all hear from the... By the way, no one could be told to do that below Milley without it going through Milley. He's head of the military. He is the top guy. So, but what he did was treasonous. I don't care if it's Democrat, Republican, whoever. He's not in charge. He's never in charge, and he shouldn't act like he's in charge. That is treason. He should be removed immediately.
Well, and I appreciate them trying to tell Joy, who is responding through nothing but emotion. Mm-hmm. And I did find it interesting that Joy Behar used the word adult as referring to something as being childish. It is extremely childish, to Bubba's point, for you to really think that Donald Trump carries around a red button, and anytime he gets mad at somebody, he's likely to push it and can push it and launch something on anybody he doesn't like on any given day. You're also childish because, honestly, and these are some of the things that I disagree with President Trump on, he was not a war hawk. Matter of fact, he did not like the thought of war, didn't want us to be involved in wars. Donald Trump was more concerned about what was going on inside this country, and what he was most concerned about what was going on outside the country was us getting bad trade deals and people either trying to bully us or try to wrong us with really bad deals. But he didn't like the fact that he even said, I didn't have a war the entire time that I was president, because he would threaten and he would say, don't make us do this. But those threats, because he understood how it worked, seemed to calm everyone down. But Joy Behar is just angry and upset. I mean, them on there refusing to say Donald Trump's name, and they're talking about that Donald Trump needs to be an adult.
Yeah, really.
I mean, how childish is this whole presentation?
The derangement syndrome continues. Yeah. Here we are 9 months, 8 months, whatever, and everything's still Trump's fault. You know, they ran on that with Newsom in California, saying that you elected another Trump if you don't go with Newsom. They're going to do that in the midterms. Everything's Trump, Trump. They're still trying to blame everything on Trump because they can't move on because they never ran on any policies. They ran on hating Trump.
Well, the thing that you said too, Bubba, which I agree with, and I credit two of the women for doing this. You heard one of them say, I don't like Trump.
Yeah.
I did
Sonny.
think I did think he was dangerous.
Right.
However, you can't do what Milley did.
Right.
And see, I respect that. Now, I don't agree with, I think she's probably overly fearful of Trump, but that's all right. She can have her own view. But what she's saying is, even though my political view is anti-Trump, you can't do what Milley did.
Yeah, you can't have people saying this is an emergency, so I'm going to change the rules. That's why you have rules for emergencies. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And as you said, Trump was more anti-war than any president we've had. He walked into North Korea.
Yeah.
Okay, trying to convince them of doing it a different way.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're
21 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We go rapid fire. We're going to start with Rob out of Hoover, Alabama, listening to 104.7 WZZK. 30 seconds a pop. There's plenty of room for you to get in now. Lines are available, and we'll put you right on, and we'll get it rolling. And those that are on before you, because of the 30-second buzzer, barring a timeout, we'll move that line pretty quickly. So there's plenty of room for you, and we'd love to hear from you now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So, Rob, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Rob, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I just wanted to clarify one thing, and that is Milley, General Milley, is not even in the chain of command for any of the, like the strategic command. So what Bubba said before, when he said it's okay if he commands the guys below him.
Hold on. Hey, Rob.
Go ahead.
Rob, we can't understand a word you're saying. I'm so sorry. Can you just...
It seems like a great point, Rob, but your cell phone is terrible.
And I'm going to let you start over. I'm not going to count that time against you.
Okay.
So adjust your phone. We can't understand you.
Is that better?
Give it a try.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say that General Milley is not in the chain of command for the commands, meaning he can't even tell the guys below him before you launch, call me. He is an advisor to the President and Secretary of Defense, and that's all.
Yeah, so you're saying that this is even more egregious than it appears.
Absolutely. There was an act in the 80s that changed the chain of command. He no longer can command the troops below him, as in the active duty folks. He is an advisor to the President and Secretary of Defense.
So the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is the head of each military branch, and then one of them is the actual head of the joint. So you're saying they're not even in the command chain?
That's correct. He is an advisor to the President and Secretary of Defense. And so if he went and told anyone below him, call me before you do anything, that is a breach of the chain of command. Because it goes from the President to the Secretary of Defense to the commands, not through General Milley.
Well, let me ask you this. Who, from Secretary of Defense, let's just say we had a situation where we had some attack that had to be defended with a nuclear launch, okay? God forbid, okay? A real situation. What is that chain of command?
That would be through the President, through the Secretary of Defense, and then the commander of the Strategic Command of the Air Force who controls the missiles.
Huh. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Not in that.
Yeah, I did not know that.
He's simply an advisor, and so for him to say, much less go to China, but for him to say, I will tell the commands not to do anything without talking to me, that in and of itself is a breach of the chain of command.
Okay.
He's not in it. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but they used to be in it, but you're saying the Joint Chiefs are not actually in the command chain now?
That's correct. They're advisors to the President and Secretary of Defense.
And when did it change, and for what reason you mentioned?
It was that way even in the 40s, but I believe there was an incident in the 40s where someone actually, one of the Joint Chiefs took command or tried to, and then in the 80s they passed I don't remember the name of the law, but there was a defense law that was passed that was very specific unto their roles. Look it up on the internet; it'll tell you what the role of the Joint Chiefs are, and they're in an advisory role to the President and the Defense Secretary, and not in the chain of command to the actual commands.
Well, I know there's like 3 different commands as far as the nuclear weapons go. We have one that's ground based, and or I guess 2 that's ground based. One that is the looking glass, that if it's launched, the command center that's in there. You've seen that in all the movies, where they're flying around. So I don't know. That's interesting, but we didn't have nuclear weapons till mid 40s, and I know there was quite a power chain on who was going to control those. I mean, right after we used them, some of the people who helped develop them and all of that, and General Groves, they were taken out of the chain and it was handed to somebody else. So it's evolved over time. But I'd heard what you're saying, but I just thought the Joint Chiefs are there, and I understand they're an advisor, but I thought they were the first level of command. But you may be correct, sir.
Yeah.
As you're walking down the street and you see General Milley and you're enlisted, or you happen to be a colonel or something, he technically in the military is your commander, but he's not in the chain anymore once he was appointed to the Joint Chiefs of Staff as far as making decisions go. And it would simply bypass him. He's supposed to advise the president and Secretary of Defense, and that's it. So if he went to China and called China and said, you know what, hey, I've got my eye on him, don't worry about it. In my mind, that's treason. The second one is if he is going down to guys below, like the commander of the strategic command, and says, hey, if before you launch, make sure you talk to me. Well, that's outside of the chain of command because he's supposed to be talking to the Secretary of Defense who's talking to the president.
Right. And, to me, we know that the president or a Marine carries the nuclear football, the launch device, and he's always with the president. Doesn't matter if he's playing golf, he's on a trip, or he's in the White House. That guy is in the room next to him.
Yeah.
And Milley couldn't go in and take that away from that guy.
No.
But that's basically what he did.
Yeah.
By what he was saying.
Yeah.
Now Milley again, he's he was more worried about wokeness than getting people out of Afghanistan. So whoever, if he was giving the advice, he needs to be fired for that too. And we're gonna get to the bottom of that, I think.
I talked to, and we've heard other military people confirm this. I talked to a military guy yesterday, and he said, "I know this concerns y'all, and it should, but wokeness has absolutely." Is being implemented in the military.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And he said, and it is making this place a lot less safe. And he, like you say, he's all about that, or acts like he is. Gabriel, out of the great state of California. Gabriel, go ahead.
Fun gas and green acres, gentlemen.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
I was calling to let you guys know that in Texas, I guess the Satanic Temple is trying to fight for their right to abort before the 24-week period for unborn fetuses.
Yeah, this bunch plays all sorts of games. What you find out at the heart of them, now they are playing with something that they don't even believe in, but they've formed this because they don't really believe in God at all. But this is this new deal. Well, if we're going to be the Church of Satan and our religious convictions are you can take a baby's life anytime you want to, then y'all can't make us abide by this new Texas mandate because that goes in against our religious freedoms. Be interesting to see how that plays out. I see what they're trying to do, but I don't know. That's where you have to be real careful about saying if anybody starts a little something in a field anywhere, they now have the same standing of really the church that the Founding Fathers were talking about. But that's interesting to see how that will go and how that will play. I would be surprised if it gets any ground, but I mean nowadays you never know. Yeah. Nowadays you never know. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll get some more of your phone calls coming up, and we'll cover some more of the stories of the day as the Rick and Bubba Show continues. Wheel of Meat has not spun this week, so Wheel of Meat could also still be in play today. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The show that has survived for 27 years because of the low expectations and millions of people saying, you know what? That show's not that bad. It's not great, but it's not near as bad as I thought it would be.
I have another way of saying it, but that was a good way to say it.
That was good saying it. HelloFresh.com has found that audience, and boy, have you responded to their product. Go to HelloFresh.com right now, and you definitely want to use the promo code Bubba because here's how HelloFresh.com works. They deliver everything that you need after you go to there and make your choices off 50 menu and market options every week, and the chefs put together, some great choices. So, and there's some classics there. If you're trying to do a little better, think about the value of this product and this company and this system if you're trying to do a little bit better. Because one of the hardest things about doing a little bit better, and now more than ever in the middle of a pandemic, one of the greatest defenses against this virus is your health. And so if you're trying to do just a little bit better, they would be sending you the meals with the right calorie count and healthy ingredients in the bags, already pre-portioned and measured, and all you have to do is prepare it. And so, but again, you may just want you don't have any issues there, and you do take care of yourself, and you just want some good food. They got all that too. So put them to work for you, and you will not be wasting food. You'll not be standing at the grocery store going, now what all do I need to make so-and-so? Every meal has the recipe cards, which are very easy to follow, and all the ingredients, and you just prepare the meals you pick for each week. And you can stop anytime you want to. Hey, I'm on vacation. I don't need it this week. Okay. Hey, I don't want as many meals this week. That's fine. But with the promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, you can get up to 14 free meals and free shipping. So take your buddy Bubba with you. HelloFresh.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Bubba, Rob called and said, here's another aspect of this General Milley thing that I haven't heard anybody really talking about, but maybe they did and I dismissed it. But you went and he also said
he is correct. Following the Goldwater-Nichols Act in 1986, the Joint Chiefs of Staff do not have operational command authority either individually or collectively, as in the chain of command goes from the President to the Secretary of Defense and from the Secretary to the regional combatant commanders. So they are nothing more than high-paid advisors or professional advisors to the president. By the way, they all make $186,000 a year, and it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 of them now. 1, 2, 3.
So really,
4, 5, 6, 7,
to
8,
Rob,
8 of them now.
Yeah, to Rob's point and to your confirmation, if he's going around saying, "Well, I just told everybody to check with me," he can't even do that.
No, he has no authority. And really, if you're an advisor to the president, your conversations with the president on official business would be classified. And then if you turned around and shared that with a foreign power without authority to do so, that's to me even makes it worse.
Yeah,
I mean that's even worse. That's full blown treason.
Even Sonny off the View agrees with you.
Yeah, well it is. That's crazy. So you have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and you have the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Then you have the chief of the Army, the head of the Marine Corps, head of Navy, head of the Air Force, head of Space Operations, and of the Coast Guard that are all in the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. David, out of the great state of Florida. Hello, David. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Doing well, my friend. I have another point about China to make because I've been to China, but I wanted to point out why the Earth looks round from space, even though it could possibly be flat.
Stop. No, we're not going to do that today. Now, I'm I got a lot going on. I'm trying to make sure I'm staying well rested. I'm trying to lower the stress, and I'm worried about my health, and I want to be as healthy as possible. And I'm just not going to have this conversation. I'm not going to do the flat Earth thing. Okay, if you want to talk about something else, that's fine. But now, are you willing to? You don't really think the Earth is flat, right?
I'm just saying it's a possible scenario.
And the reason why
Let me tell you something else that's possible. We ain't even here.
Right.
This is all a dream.
Yeah, David, it's possible that you and I aren't even talking. But let me say this to you right now.
But not like.
And if you cannot explain this, then you are not going to go any further with this. Okay. And I'm saying this because I love you. what is the conspiracy, and how do people benefit from tricking us that the world is round is more beneficial versus the world is flat to the people who are trying to trick us? For what reason? They benefit how?
No one's trying to trick anybody. It's just that if you ever seen a camera lens,
that's it. I did that for my own health. Yeah. I did that for my own psyche. Bubba has talked about this fisheye thing how many times?
About a gazillion.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We have all kinds of pictures of the Earth from all kinds of angles. We can even. We've seen the moon. We've walked.
We can see the shadow of the Earth when it passes in front of the moon.
We've walked on. We have literally put boots on top of a ball, a sphere that faces another, what appears to be a sphere. We've seen it. Okay.
When you put water out into space, Rick, you know what shape it takes? In a vacuum, you know what shape it takes?
I do.
It turns into a ball.
It does.
On its own.
Rick, you got so many other things. They're so much more important than this. Don't
protons, electrons, neutrons. You know what shape they are? They're round.
Rick, you might as well go over that wall
like a ball,
and you might as well bang your head on it. And there's some people that are immovable on this, and that's fine.
Well, and let's put that to bed and just open it up to where if you can actually tell us what we're wanting, what we're asking. The question is, how does the trickery benefit you or us or them or whoever? How does that benefit? We still want that answer. Yeah, but nobody's willing to say that.
I can give you one more, and this would be a game changer. Give us a picture of the ice wall that's holding in the water.
There you go.
You want me to help you out? I was asking Granddaddy.
Let's help you out.
Let me have a little bit of Granddaddy syrup in here. Quick.
But Rick, the ice wall that's holding all the water in.
Yeah.
All we got to do is have a picture of that.
Yeah.
If I wasn't Baptist, I'd drink right now.
We have so many cameras out there. You can't. Nothing can happen if somebody doesn't take a picture of it.
Thank you.
Send us a picture of the ice wall. That's all we need.
Right. Yeah. And that's okay. And it sounded like David, to his credit, but I still couldn't. He's saying that he doesn't think there's a conspiracy. He just thinks we're seeing it wrong. Right. But we've seen it so many different ways. But
but Rick, this is what's funny. The moon is a ball, the sun's a ball, but we're a pizza pan.
I know.
This is really embarrassing.
Do you remember this is awkward? This is awkward.
That is one of the funniest memes I've ever seen.
It was fantastic.
I ain't going to this today.
Okay. All right. So
let's go. Here we go.
Okay.
Back to the general. Thank you.
All right. Just not going to put any energy in that.
No, don't. Until somebody gives us the benefit question answer. Right. I don't want it. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, right. And I'm with Bubba. We've just been unable to get to the end of it.
If you look, too, Rick, if we just want to talk general theory, and this is, let's admit this, there is a pattern that runs through everything that we know that is created, from the atom all the way up to the solar system, to the galaxies, and then to the strands of galaxies that we are physically able to see. And it all follows a pattern, right? I mean, we all admit that.
And what do they have an answer for the walk to the edge, take a picture deal? I mean, seriously, I'm saying, do those people that believe in this have an answer to that question?
Well, they keep sending a boat, to try to find the edge, but they keep ending up in the country on the other side.
Sure,
that's the problem.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh my!
We ought to be able to sail to the ice wall,
guys. We didn't, but we had someone run a camera up Speedy this week and took some pictures, video. We can't have anybody walk to the edge and take some pictures with their phone.
Our ability to travel a long way really, really good.
Yes, it is.
I mean, we got, buddy, we can do it
in
a hurry. And while we keep trying to fly the end of it and we end up where we started, I just
But yeah, I mean, when a plane takes off the east coast of the United States and flies in one direction and they end up in California, no ice wall.
My blood pressure's elevating.
Okay, sorry, Rick.
Okay.
Well, now the caller,
I can feel it elevating.
Rick, the caller had a good point.
Okay, here we go.
This is awkward.
Just saying.
That's what they think's going on.
Rick,
you heard about the fisheye lens?
But look, you see the ice wall there that's holding all the water in?
Yeah.
We ought to be able to run a boat over there and take a picture.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not. I mean,
that really solves it.
The ice wall.
I'm in if y'all give me the ice wall.
Hey, me too. The ice wall picture is a game changer.
Yeah.
We ought to have a lot of missing people.
Now, why I can't fly and look down and see it, I don't understand.
And hit the wall, the side of the snow dome.
Yeah, that's.
What do you call it? Not a snow dome. What do you call it?
Matter of fact, there's been a lot of plane crashes where planes hit. Well, you know what? Mountains.
Yeah.
So we could fly and hit the ice wall, right? At least once.
That's my point.
Or the snow globe wall.
Does the Bermuda Triangle steal us before we can get there?
We've just about solved that.
These are
Bermuda
simple
Triangle.
questions and really should have some simple answers.
We got answers on the Bermuda Triangle.
No, I don't.
We figured out what was happening there.
We all wish we could say Bermuda better than we're saying it.
About Bermuda?
Yeah, I mean,
Greg, phones are just ringing in there, ringing.
I know I said it with a slur because I'm lightheaded because of my blood pressure right now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Will of Meat still in play. It'll happen today or tomorrow. One of those are. It's going to happen one or the other. To the phones we go. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Thurman out of Wetumpka. Hey, Thurman. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing just fine. I just want to say Roll Tide and Green Acres.
Oh, Roll Tide and Green Acres. Rotate. All right, go ahead.
And this is like ever since the president become office, I've not heard this female, this vice president, where's she at? Has she disappeared? Or she had gone to another planet or something? I mean, since he become elected, I have not heard iota from her.
You know, she was put in charge of the border situation, and that thing has gone so well.
Guys.
You know, they've got 7,000 of them backed up down there right now under a bridge. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, and I do see on the stuff we don't have today, but something to look at for next hour. This thing, what's Steve Ducey's boy's name?
Peter Ducey.
When Peter Ducey asked Psaki the very, very common sense question, all right, so we got all these people just pouring into the border. Are we mandating that they must be vaccinated?
Yeah.
So the president,
since every American is going to be mandated to be vaccinated, what about the people coming in?
And I wish you could.
Next question.
Yeah, and she really just never really answers it other than, yep, that's correct, and then moves on. But y'all do realize this goes back to trying to do a good job with the pandemic and the marketing of the vaccine and the marketing of us all taking it, serious, and we know that it's real and all that. But if you are going to say we must mandate people to take vaccines who don't want to take it, they have to take it because it'll be the end of time if they don't. It's their fault that people continue to get sick and die, which, by the way, I'm not sure you can truly make that case. Since people who are vaccinated fully can still catch it and pass it, but that's kind of an inconvenient thing. Certainly, you can promote its ability to be a treatment, which I'm fine with that. But watch this interaction, because if we're letting people pour in here and we are not checking them at all, would we all just agree, just common sense, that that's probably going to be a negative impact on trying to get past the pandemic, the second variant? But here it is.
And then why is it that you're trying to require anybody with a job or anybody who goes to school to get the COVID-19 vaccine, but you are not requiring that of migrants that continue walking across the southern border into the country?
Well, look, our objective is to get as many people vaccinated across the country as humanly possible. And so the president's announcement yesterday was an effort to empower businesses, to give businesses the tools to protect their workforces. That's exactly what we did. But certainly we want everybody to get vaccinated, and more people are vaccinated, whether they are migrants or whether they are workers, protects more people in the United States.
But it's a requirement for people at a business with more than 100 people. It is not a requirement for migrants at the southern border. Why?
That's correct. Go ahead.
And she moves on. Yep, that's right. You got me there.
That's correct.
I want you to think about the lunacy of that.
If you follow the vaccine theory, if everybody's not vaccinated, it doesn't work. That's what they're telling the American workers.
Of course, that's not true when you think about natural immunity.
73% vaccinated with at least one shot, about 60-something, 63, 65% fully vaccinated. But we got to get all of them, but the thousands and thousands coming over the border every month doesn't matter.
Yep. The fact that we
don't really follow that there, Miss Jen.
And if you said, Bubba, correctly, if that's the vice president's responsibility right now, have y'all seen that dumpster fire? There's just thousands of people standing around, and there's no border control there because they can't. We don't have enough to handle how many people are coming in. Y'all, yesterday we had pictures at the southern border of about 4,000 migrants just standing under a bridge waiting on them to come on in. And they want the Border Patrol to pick them up because then that gets them in the country. We don't even have enough people to pick them up. And we're screaming that we must all watch out about the pandemic, about people that are unvaccinated and haven't had it before. And, of course, these are some things that we need to understand that is good news. If people who are 65 and older have been fully vaccinated at a very high rate, I think we're at 90%, something like that, which is really good because they're the most susceptible and then the most vulnerable. So that's good. Okay, when you just look at stats, I know there's always exceptions, and I'm not saying those don't matter. As we've said 1,000 times, if it's your loved one, you don't really care how old they were
or how fat they were or how unhealthy they were or how healthy they were. Yeah, you just had a loved one that died of a disease, and that's terrible. But that does happen. We also have about 100 million people that have had COVID. About 100 million.
Survived it.
Yeah, that has survived it. No, they have it survived it, and now they have the antibodies.
Right.
So that helps. Herd immunity does work, especially when the young people who are very healthy, they really help with herd immunity. Have some young people had a hard time with it? They have. And that's
herd
okay.
immunity is the only way you win.
Right.
Even the vaccine's causing people to have
there you go
an immunity to.
Herd immunity is the goal when you deal with all viruses, okay?
Yep.
And so we are getting there through a combination of the vaccine and the natural antibodies. But for some weird reason, we're finally being forced to have the natural immunity conversation. So is it because if you start thinking about all that, it's not as really as dire and hopeless as they want it to seem? Because I really think at the end of it all, this is just another, certainly the pandemic's real, certainly it's dangerous, certainly. How about this? If you're over 65, you are to be fully vaccinated. Yeah. If you haven't had it and you haven't had the vaccine, if I was in that position, I would probably get the vaccine. So I'm not anti the vaccine, but what I'm saying is it is very serious and all that, but I don't understand these inconsistencies and the refusal to talk about it completely and openly. So what I think has happened is it is real, and here comes the part, and this is just fact, this is just politics and human beings in power. It is real, it is serious, but it's also convenient. Yeah. If it's easy for me to jump in here and also use this for some other things that I couldn't get done otherwise.
Exactly.
And I think that's fair. I mean, that's not conspiracy theory or me, dark black helicopters. That's just a fact. Throughout time.
Mutilated cattle.
Yeah. How about this, Greg? Throughout time, governments, when the people, if one of the greatest tactics they use to grab power that you wouldn't normally give them is through fear.
Through fear, yeah.
And to not know that is to be – so there's a lot of real level-headed, common-sense things that we're doing and need to continue to do, and you kind of want to take, I think, the politicizing of it and just kind of maybe remove that from your mind.
That's actually the problem.
Yeah, and because right here is another example. If you sat down at my house right now and I said I want everybody in these rooms to shut every door, close every window, and by golly – and then also somebody say, hey, I went downstairs, and I noticed you have the downstairs garage, the door, it's up, and the door's open. Yep. Do you think that's going to be a problem securing the house? Nah, I'm good with that. Well, so maybe you talking about your house being secure, maybe it's not as serious as you're making it out to be, because if you thought that it was going to kill you if this place is not completely secure, you'd have that closed.
You might close that to begin with.
You would have that closed. So this... And then what I love is now, of course, the irresponsibility of the southern border. Now that's not dangerous. That's not putting people in unnecessary danger. It's all the unvaccinated people that are putting people in danger. Not an open border that people are pouring in for God knows where.
Yeah. No, wait a minute. Open border, okay. Football game, super spreader.
Right. It's all them college football fans causing the problem, not the open border.
And Trumpsters.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here and ready to go. Everybody sing it together now. Say. Joining me as he has for 27 solid years. Right there on mic number 2. Put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for, quite frankly, giving us this opportunity.
Yep. It's the wonderful wheel of meat. Look at that wheel. Light it up, Speedy.
Come on, give it a try.
Bubba, it is illuminated. I see its reflection in the camera, even without even looking behind me. That's how much light is illuminating off that wheel. But, Bubba, when we light her up safely.
Rick, we follow all the IEEE standards, international, national, state, local, and, of course, here at the Plaza. And, Rick, I want to point out, I think we're the only broadcast outlet, only podcast, only streaming service that will be giving away meat today on a giant wheel.
You know, and we do this today. And I think you'll agree it's time, because the way they have been demonized unfairly on this inflation. Today, we do this as a tribute to Big Meat.
To Big Meat.
Hey, Big Meat, this wheel's for you. Okay, Big Meat.
And Rick, that's why this show is heard by so many people on terrestrial radio, and currently proudly ranked number 73 in the country on podcast.
Hey, how about this? We're number 73. Somebody get you 7. You'll need 2 hands. Well, actually 4 to be able to. You'll have to go this and then that.
Right. That's in the comedy genre.
Yeah, 73. Go. All right, so Greg is on the drums. I don't know why. I don't know why that ever started.
Do you find it strange in podcast world we're classified as comedy on the show podcast, but on the Rick and Bubba University podcast we're classified as news and information?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
very
funny.
interesting,
That's
Mr.
funny.
Bussey.
And we're about 70-something on that chart, too.
Well, it looks like, once again,
look, no! While there's probably, based on the number of people I know that have a podcast, there's probably, 400 million of them out there. So to be in the top 100 is good, but quite frankly, the 70s are a little embarrassing.
Well, once again, go! Once again, though, here we are at a C student again.
We can't get out of that C student range of the 70s to save our life.
All right, so we have, of course, the meat coming from harryanddavid.com, and the flowers come from 1-800-Flowers.com. Cord Buddies on the wheel. Rick and Bubba store stuff on the wheel. There's a lot there, but there are some pitfalls.
Yeah, it's kind of a wheel of stuff.
Yeah, it is.
That meat's available on, but we like calling it the giant wheel of meat because, quite frankly, we love Big Meat.
Right, we do. And you know what? Today, Big Meat, this wheel's for you. Let's go to Brad in Tuscaloosa, the city of champions. And Brad, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy's on the wheel. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. Let it rip. Let it rip. See if we can get a winner right out of the gate here, Brad. Hey, Bubba, Tuscaloosa, where legends are made.
Hey, oh, wow.
Yeah. Hey. There it is, Bubba. Meat. Meat it is. Meat it is.
I like the delay to throw them off.
Hey, Brad, you ain't never been nothing but a winner.
Big meat for you, sir.
That's right. It's big meat for you, Brad.
Have big meat.
We will have big meat. We'll travel.
Right.
We'll put you on hold, and we'll have harryanddavid.com send you an email with your $50 gift card to go get some delicious meat, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Brad. Thanks for listening, Brad. There he goes. Right. Look, hey, somebody Tuscaloosa, you think they ain't going to win?
Oh, you knew they were going to win.
Win by 40. Yeah. Let's go.
Hey, man.
Never in doubt.
Hey, man, Gators.
Never.
Hey, they got to play the Gators this weekend.
I know that'll be a nail biter for what, a half a quarter.
All right. So, well, you never know. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, Rick. Yeah, we do.
You do. So let's go to Pike Road, where Susan is standing by.
Pike Road.
Susan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Listen to I-92. Go ahead.
Hey, wow, what a wheel.
There it is.
Susan, thank you for listening in Montgomery, Alabama.
You still feel good about the drum thing?
Oh, the more the better.
Okay.
And the louder the better.
Okay, all right, here we go. All right, let's go with the, let's see what we can get for Susan here.
Yeah, come on.
Buzzbox, drink it. Well, Susan, do you drink delicious Buzzbox?
I do drink BuzzBox.
Well, here's the beauty. You're about to be sent £1, so here's what you can do. Because it hurts when you let someone else have your coffee. So this is a freebie. So you can get £1 of coffee, and this would be the pound you use to get a friend to say, hey, try this. We think you'll love it.
Absolutely.
All right, but or you could just have it for yourself. All right, we'll put you on hold, Susan, and thank you for drinking BuzzBox coffee. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
All right, well, thanks. Bye-bye. Let's go to Haley. Haley out of the great state of Georgia. Hello, Haley. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning.
Hey.
So, Haley, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Bubba, look at this.
I don't know what you call that. Well, I think I know, but I
do. But I'm not going to say it.
Speedy is spinning the wheel from behind it.
Yes, he's spinning it. Yeah. Did you hear that?
No, I
don't
didn't.
ask. Don't
I
ask.
didn't,
Don't
and I don't
ask.
want to.
Oh, it's Henry the horse.
Henry the horse.
Henry the horse. There you go. We have summoned. Hey, Henry. Henry the
From
horse.
the back pasture. Here he comes.
Here he comes from the back 40. Hey, Henry.
Hey, gang. Hello. I heard you guys talking about flat Earth earlier.
Oh, yes.
And, I gotta admit, I've got a brother that's a flat earther.
Do you really?
Yeah, it goes to show there's a jackass in every family. Am I right, Greg?
How about that horse? Everybody said it. What a horse. What a horse.
Of course, he's a horse.
A horse, of course. Let's do one more. Let's go to Michelle. Michelle out of Montgomery. Michelle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm great, boys. Wow, what a wheel.
All right, let's go, Speedy spin. Oh, reverse spin. There it is.
He rolled it down the alley.
Greg. The refrigerator was open last night. I couldn't even hear it. Okay, all right. Meat. And meat it is, Michelle.
All right, thank you.
A $50 gift card from HarryandDavid.com. They'll send that to you. Look for an email. Enjoy, pick out some of the delicious meat that is there, and enjoy that on the grill or in the oven, or maybe you want to stir fry it. However you want to do it, you enjoy it.
Thank you.
Now, thank you so much for listening to Rick and Bubba on I-92. There's Michelle, our winner, and Bubba, the Wheel of Meat, is put up for another week. There it is. Greg, nice work on the drums. Speedy, great job on the wheel. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Henry, for galloping in from the back 40.
Yep. Helmsy, thanks for helping Harry Murdahl on the phones. Adler, nice contribution today, sir. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show continuing right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, Fairhope, Alabama tonight. Looking forward to seeing you guys. Man Church, First Baptist Church, Fairhope, Alabama, and I'm excited about being there tonight. And it's a free event. You're welcome to be there if you can. And we'll be talking about the men's discipleship strategy that's going on already there at First Baptist Church in Fairhope. But we'll do a little high challenge tonight and continue with the high equipping in the small group curriculums that they're working on right now. I think they just finished up on the concept purpose, so we'll talk about that tonight a little bit and get into some other things. So join us if you can. So Bubba, we do have to have our Biden update here.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know?
Basement Joe. So President Biden, I do want to make a note before we watch today's clips. I do want to make a note. If we remember on The View, by the way, on The View, one of the things that The View took issue with is that anybody thinks that the president is having any problems with his cognitive skills, the grasp of his faculties. As you know, at 78, that's not an outlandish observation. You know,
would not be the first time.
No, some people now
some of us in our 50s.
Yeah, right. Well, it's no doubt. What's that word? That drug that's supposed to help you? Prevagen. I can't. Prevagen. I can't remember.
I can't remember. You could not remember the pill to help your memory.
You can't write that.
No, you can't. You lived it though.
Prevagen.
Today Prevagen. I did. Does anybody have a Prevagen infusion? But anyway,
how about a jab?
So anyway, so it's kind of like when we make comments on people of weight, we make those comments from really some level of expertise. Same thing with this. But anyway, so first one, though, pretty straightforward. This is him just telling us how confident he is in General Milley. So here we go.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you.
Come on, guys.
Sir, did General Milley do the right thing, sir?
Thank you.
In your opinion, did General Milley do the right thing?
I have great confidence in General Milley.
Okay, so that's all he's got there. He has great confidence.
If I could just be in the handler, please listen to the person that's trying to get him away from the media. Listen to how many times she says, "Okay, that's it, we gotta go, that's it, we gotta go."
Okay, let's
please,
hear that again.
please.
Where did it go?
Thank you.
Come on, guys.
Sir, did General Milley do the right thing, sir?
Thank you.
In your opinion, did General Milley do the right thing?
I have great confidence in General Milley.
She's like, go. She even said go.
She didn't panic. She did not want him to answer that question.
No.
All right,
She
so
was like,
here's the next one, and we're seeing this a lot. It looks like that President Biden has forgotten the name of the Australian Prime Minister, Scott Morrison.
Now, this is when the big UK-US cooperation with Australia, we're gonna basically fix them up with a bunch of nuclear submarines, and they're canceling their order with the French for $90 billion worth of diesel submarines, and the French are pissed about it, by the way. They are. Listen to what they're saying, okay? I mean, they are. They're really not happy.
How they feel, though?
They're mad. They're mad as hell.
See there?
oh, wow.
I told you that's why I shouldn't be number 2 space guy. All right, so anyway, here is President Biden, and him trying to grab for the Australian Prime Minister's name, I can certainly relate to. Here it is.
Thank you, Boris. And I want to thank that fellow down under. Thank you very much, pal. Appreciate it, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, fellow down under.
I'm honored today to be joined by two of America's closest allies, Australia and the United Kingdom, to launch a new phase of the trilateral security.
Fellow down under.
That sounds like me.
I didn't know it was that good.
Rick, that sounds like me doing it.
All right, I got to have that again. Again. Watch him, Greg, because I know how you live for this.
Down under.
Thank you, Boris. And
Greg?
I want to thank that fellow down under. Thank you very much, pal.
Pal. Hey, threw pal in there.
By the way, that sounds exactly like me when I meet somebody I'm supposed to know.
Oh, yeah.
There's that guy there, you fella. Pal.
His pal is my
board. But if you'll pay attention, I'm sorry I'm going for the third time. if you pay attention, he goes from Boris and he wants to go to that guy immediately, but he realizes, I don't know this prime minister's name.
Pal.
So watch right here. Listen.
Thank you, Boris. And
Greg and
And I want to thank that fellow down under. Oh, my God. Thank you very much, pal.
Oh, my gosh.
Thank you very much, pal.
Oh, no, but he's fine. The views of
he's okay.
There's nothing to be concerned about here.
That is crazy.
He's got it together.
Look, I understand you don't like Trump. I understand you may be a bleeding heart liberal. That's fine.
That's all. You got a right to do that.
But for you to say you think Trump would start a nuclear war for no reason, but you think Biden is okay.
Do you feel good with him?
I think that's a sign that you're not right.
Well,
thank you.
Well, I tell you what, it's a sign of, and you get into this when you deal with
Joy.
When you deal with most people, not some, most. You're a homer, okay?
Exactly.
And some of the ladies around you, which was a little bit shocking, they were trying to call you and say, "Hey, Joy, you're painting yourself in a really bad corner here."
Even for us.
Yeah, if you keep talking about the Amendment 25 and how, you thought.
Or the 25th.
Yeah. How about this? Some people call it 2 Corinthians.
Yeah, that's what you call it. Ain't that one y'all like?
Yeah. Ain't that the one y'all like? But anyway, when people are talking about that and throwing it around, he's maniacal, he's crazy, he doesn't have control. And finally, one of them was like, "Hey, Joey, you realize that there's people who completely disagree with you. They're saying the same thing about President Biden."
Well, let me point this total
way.
inconsistency out, if this will help too. The idea that Donald Trump would launch a nuclear weapon at some country just because there was disagreement with the election, how that went, is a theory. Okay, you thought that. You thought he was possible of that. I think you're wrong, but you're entitled to your opinion. I can tell you this for a fact. Our president screwed up the withdrawal out of Afghanistan about as bad as you could, got people killed that didn't need to be killed, and that is a fact.
100%.
So why didn't somebody step in and save him and disobey the chain of command?
Look at the nightmare of the southern border.
Can somebody answer that one? That's a fair question. Just clearly, can somebody answer that?
We let Russia have hey, Bubba,
Please.
we let Russia have a pipeline. We won't let America have a pipeline. And now we're back on our knees begging OPEC again. You know what OPEC is saying to Biden? Nah.
By the way, on that particular deal,
these first 8 months have been a disaster.
Yeah. Do you realize the justification behind the pipeline? Remember, he signed that, killing that on the very first day he was in office, which some people still are arguing in court he didn't have the authority to do. If that pipeline was bad for greenhouse gases and climate change, so is the pipeline coming from Russia. They're doing the same thing. You just screwed a bunch of Americans out of jobs, union jobs, is all you did. So how do you justify your climate stance when you let one go, one not?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Are you paying too much for automobile and home insurance? Well, if you haven't compared what you're getting charged with other insurance companies for the exact same coverage, how do you really know? And let's be honest, we don't put a lot of time in that. And maybe we should, because we're wasting money unnecessarily. So go to Gabby. Get a better insurance. G-A-B-I, Gabby.com/Bubba. Go there, and you will see the opportunity for free, no charge to you, to take your insurance information that you have on your automobile and your house, or you can do both, or you can do one of them, and they will then show you 40 different insurance companies. All the big names will be included in that: Progressive, Nationwide, Travelers, all the big names. And then they'll pull up the other insurance companies, same exact coverage, and then you see what they charge, and you take the one that's the best. And if it's only a few dollars, you may think, hassle. But what if it's substantial savings? On average, the listeners of this program are saving $80 a month. They're overpaying by $80 a month on average. So find out for yourself. You may have the best insurance you can get. You might, but you might not. And so go to Gabby, GABI.com/Bubba. Bubba, no charge to use it. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you and I, over the years, have been very clear this is something that we're in a complete agreement on, and that is that Heinz Ketchup is the walking dog of all ketchup. It is the greatest ketchup. There are no ketchups that compare.
I agree.
But we also have been on record that we are not a fan of the little packs of ketchup.
No.
That we are anti.
We didn't like it when they colored it green.
No.
We don't want green ketchup.
Greg, Heinz has done some things we wish they had not done. But when that classic bottle of Heinz, and I did
one of the daughters married John Kerry.
You're right.
That's one of them.
When Heinz ketchup, when you find it in a glass bottle, which is difficult to
I'd
do
have been
now.
happier if I was him.
Yeah,
but I had such a long face.
That's so good. But Heinz ketchup, when it was in a bottle. Do you remember that? Just the original Heinz.
Oh, come on.
Good gracious. I don't know when we became so
And
anti.
you karate chopped it where it said 57 on the side. And
That's how you got it
right here.
Yeah,
because it was so thick and good.
Do you remember what it felt like
silky smooth
to have a grilled hamburger sitting there, and you got out that bottle, and all of a sudden you saw
ice cold.
You saw it coming. Look, and it came out and landed right there on top of that thing.
Oh my goodness!
Never in a hurry.
Hit that 57.
Hit the 57. It pops.
Do you remember the Carly Simon commercials? Anticipation. You're making me wait.
I didn't realize that was a real song for a long time.
Yeah. Heinz ketchup, you're terrible. Okay. Anytime I'm at a restaurant that has you,
I'll take you over Del Monte.
Del Monte tried to correct it, but they never did it.
Yeah, we did a taste test many, many years ago.
Right.
I think Del Monte may have come in second.
What about Great Value?
No.
I think that's one of the others just relabeled.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rick, the story today is, and the packs have always been.
I don't like
problem.
packs.
Well,
a
there's
pack.
usually one pack in the box breaks, and so all of them are gooey and all that.
Smells
I know.
good.
But getting everything out of the pack, by some estimates, that 20-25% of the ketchup still in it, and we throw it away.
No question.
Well, Heinz
like
has come
them
out
with cups.
now with a roller where you can roll the pack and squeeze every drop out of the pack.
Roll me.
Now, I've seen these for like toothpaste before. So they
Same
have
bunch.
it now. Now, I'm not sure, are they going to be on the pack, or do you have to buy that and keep it with you to roll the pack out? I'm confused.
You got to have that. You got to buy it.
Yeah.
You got to buy it.
Yeah.
So it's a standalone
I doubt
piece?
it's
Put it on your keychain.
investment.
Well, you know what? I'd probably do that. It looks like it does have a keychain holder.
Yeah.
There it is.
And y'all thought I was joking.
Yeah, I did when you first said it.
Yeah.
I was reading. I wasn't looking up.
Right.
Yeah, you know what? I'll probably get one of those.
Gosh, I need you to have one
Where,
so
where-
badly.
I'd like to know where they are. Grocery store? Where do you get them?
I think you have to order it from them
I gotta
for,
order it?
Rick, $5.70 on the brand's website.
You know what? Good for them.
That's not a bad thing.
So
I don't need it because I'm going to avoid packs at every chance I get.
Pack. You know, we used to do concession stand of the week.
It is, Rick.
Now, when they came out with those little plastic cups, you peel the
Yeah, they were good.
top back. That's a pretty good deal.
You remember the one you pull it off the end and you squeeze it out? But it was a cup.
What?
It was a cup, but it had a little point on one end.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember those.
I've worked them all.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. I promise you, he's right.
Oh, he's 100% right. Yeah. Yeah. Don't ask him about
That's
that.
a ketchup connoisseur.
Is Heinz ketchup the greatest condiment available? Is there anything else that competes?
Well, I will tell you this, and one of my sons
was not a condiment.
Their steak
kid.
sauce is pretty good.
You know, Greg was a condiment
I like
kid.
57 steak sauce.
Greg
up with a catch.
But when we were growing up, Greg would get his hamburgers and hot dog plain.
Yeah,
his corn dog plain, everything plain. And so I have one of my kids was that way, and then he found barbecue sauce.
Oh, I'm all about barbecue sauce. I like it better than ketchup.
He uses barbecue sauce the way everybody else uses ketchup.
He got that from me.
He did. And his narrow face. Greg had a little bit of his narrow face.
Yeah, I got that too.
But anyway, but I love this. I don't like.
So
ketchup.
you're saying that ketchup is not?
No, I actually think I've evolved. When I was younger, all the way up to maybe the last decade of my life, I thought ketchup was the walking dog of all condiments. Heinz only. I'm starting to lean a little bit toward the barbecue world. The barbecue, I really like barbecue sauce on a lot of stuff, but I still believe that the grilled hamburger with Heinz ketchup on it is the way to go.
What do you feel like the utility condiment is? Like okay, I could probably use this on. Is it ketchup or what?
Am I putting it on something or am I dipping?
Well, either, but it's your utility player. It can pretty much do whatever you want.
This is going to surprise everybody in this room, and it's relatively new with me. I really like Dijon mustard.
Okay.
Well, you know,
all right.
Uppity.
No.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: we talk about how we all Heinz and Heinz only, but when it comes to barbecue sauce and mustard, do you care? I really don't.
Yes, on barbecue sauce, yes. Mustard.
Sweet Baby Ray's is probably my favorite, but
over Bullseye.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Lately, but mustard, I don't. First of all, French's is all I know, but I will eat any mustard.
Yeah, because mustard's pretty much mustard.
Yeah. Heinz makes a mustard
too,
don't they?
Oh yeah,
and it's very French-like.
Bullseye original, Greg. Bullseye original.
It is good, but Sweet Baby Ray's lately.
I like varying barbecue sauce just to try different ones.
This is going to surprise you, big. Well, this is not going to surprise you, and you know this.
I'll try a new barbecue sauce.
But we talked, and I'm going to upset somebody probably.
Here it goes.
Look, I'll help them. It is a good product, Sweet Baby Ray's.
Yeah.
I do not like the way that they're presenting their marketing.
Their bottle?
Their bottle looks cheap.
Bullseye does have a more impressive logo.
Yeah, and I'm very sensitive to that. If your product looks cheap, then I think it is. And the labeling of Sweet Baby Ray's is, to me, looks
it's a little generic.
It looks cheap. And I like the way that bull is on the bullseye. I'm going to tell you an often overlooked barbecue sauce that is not bad at all. And I know some of you are going to lose your mind. But it's not bad at all, and this is going to be good news for Speedy.
Okay.
Kraft original barbecue sauce is actually really good.
For the money?
For the money.
So that's why it's good for me.
Yeah.
I get it.
No, it is good. I'm pretty liberal with barbecue sauce. I like them all.
If I have a choice, I'm going to get Bullseye Original now and this time. Used to be Kraft Original.
Yeah, I was a Bullseye guy.
Yeah, and but you're right.
Jack Daniel's got a good barbecue sauce.
Well, I'm Baptist, so I don't use it.
All right, where are you on ranch?
I love ranch.
I love ranch. Do you let your ranch and your ketchup come together a little bit
No.
when you're like eating fish sticks or anything?
No, I don't. No.
Can I tell you
it's good.
Yeah,
it's a good little combo. Look,
but that goes back to when I was a kid. I like stuff touching.
And I know I'm about to bring
You're grown now,
I'm about to bring up a controversial condiment.
Okay.
That is going to get booed and hissed and it's very, very rare that I use
like
it.
Heinz 57.
But here it comes. I'm gonna have to take the onslaught of bullets and then continue on. But when I sit down and I've got fried shrimp, I've got fried fish, okay, or even grilled fish, okay, I'm going to take ketchup, I'm going to take cocktail sauce, and here's where I'm going to take the bullets.
Okay.
And I take tartar sauce bullets, and I mix all that together, and I dip in that.
I don't like tartar sauce.
No, I don't.
So you mean
it's too much like mayonnaise.
So you mean you dip it all in together? Are you going dip?
No. I'll take it.
You make a concoction.
On my plate.
What does it taste like?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Really?
Yeah, it is. It's really good.
Give me the closest.
I like cocktail sauce
I
and I like ketchup, but I just don't like. I bet if I hit it in that,
It gives you a little bit of a Thousand Island feel.
Okay.
Not a fan. Not a fan of that.
But a little more ketchup-y. A little more ketchup.
I like to call it 1,000 calories.
Yeah, that's good. And I like that. And I will dip my steak in Dijon mustard.
You will.
I will. I know. But
if I've got to eat steak,
don't knock it.
If I have to put sauce on a steak, it's either A1 or Heinz 57.
I usually don't go in that. I feel like that's a sellout. I will put Shula steak sauce on my plate and mix a little ketchup with it and a little mustard.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to a hot dog for a second. Do you? Now I like it, but is relish worth the effort?
No,
I don't know.
No. Greg,
I like it, but a lot of times I'm like, I'm not there.
Gonna take a few bullets here too, but Greg knows about the slaw that Mom makes. That both of our wives learned to make.
Yeah, with the
and we eat it all the time.
It's good.
It's a phenomenal slaw.
Purple onion.
Yeah, and I cooked a spiral dog the other day, and I put the slaw on top of the spiral dog, and then ran a line of mustard over the top of it.
Oh yeah.
And you had that barbecue sauce with the Oscar Mayer all beef when he cooked all the way through because it spiraled. And then you had the mustard that came in right at the end with the King's Hawaiian hot dog bun.
That's a game changer.
Don't get no better than that.
Well, and Sherry kept looking over. She goes, "Are you okay?" And I said, "She goes, why are you crying?" And I said,
Because this all came together.
It just came together like magic. This is one of the greatest food moments for me, and it's just pretty simple. But I got to tell you, it's phenomenal. All these flavors running together right now. Of course, if I could taste in HD, I bet it was even better.
Right? Yeah.
You can only imagine.
I'm sorry about that.
Well, I found out today that stuff that Moultrie brought, I couldn't taste it.
What? Well, I could.
Really?
Oh, well, my Peter Brady.
You might have it again.
We'll take your phone calls.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
top. We'll try to get some of your phone calls squeezed in before the top of the hour. But first, Bubba, an update from his favorite company, Microsoft.
Well, Rick, this is breaking news today. It says Microsoft wants you to ditch your password for good this time. Are you ready to say goodbye to passwords, the story says?
Oh, boy.
The answer would be
and
yes,
I thought,
but I got to be secure.
Well, I thought if you were using Microsoft, you really didn't have one anyway.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. I mean, everybody.
There it is.
That's a good one. You got a blue screen joke in there somewhere?
Yeah. The users can choose between downloading Microsoft Authenticator app, a security key, a verification code sent to your phone or secondary email address, or Windows Hello, a biometric option that involves scanning your face, iris, or fingerprint. So there you go.
But I mean, is it secure? I mean,
well, Rick.
Okay. Never mind. I walked right into that.
If it's not locked up, I'm sure it works fine.
So you just would never have them, right?
No, I mean, I use Microsoft products a lot over the years.
Yeah. Okay.
And
so this is going to be simply.
I wish I could use less of them.
Right.
But
yeah. No more just fingerprint only or face scan.
I don't know about Windows Hello. I mean, I really. Again, I think if I was in the meeting, I would have named that different, like gatekeeper,
right?
Drawbridge,
yeah,
something like that. Use drawbridge to get into your stuff,
Yeah, hello, yeah, that's awful.
Hello?
What's terrible? Would they do? Come up with baby?
Is it me you're looking for?
Did they do Sweet Baby Ray's logo too?
Yeah,
Sweet
Baby Ray's. Well, good news, you can ditch your password if you're Microsoft because, gosh knows, they've been great, security so far.
All right, to the phones we go. Let's go to Rapping Romeo. Rapping Romeo, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
What's going on, bro?
Hey, y'all know what time it is. Look, 26 years I've been listening to you guys.
Thank you.
Y'all still own me. Y'all own me.
Thank you.
The show just gets better and better. Y'all keep stepping it up, even from the good time gang and on up. But listen, I was raised military by my brother, and I grew up around the military base over at Fort Benning, Georgia, and heard a lot of military talk over the years. I want to say something about Milley. I know, and I've been known. I want to thank you guys for taking my call, by the way. Cause,
sure.
I've been known to go off the reservation, and y'all still keep taking me back.
Well, I like to hear different points of view. Sometimes people have the right to be wrong.
We're not into brainwashing.
That's right. Listen, years ago with my brother, I watched a movie called The Sum of All Fears with Ben Affleck and Morgan Freeman.
Oh yeah.
And it had these two generals in it. We had a very close scenario, similar to the one we had on January 6th in it. I think Milley was just letting China know, listen, I know it appeared that we're having a bad fight over here and everything, but y'all boys stay in check over there. We got this. And generals talk all the time. And if you watch that movie, you will see that. That movie was very close to what actually went on here. And it's a good thing that he was talking to them. I think he was just letting China know, look, stay in check, guys. Ain't nothing to happen because I know what Trump said about y'all. And I know how he feel about y'all. But ain't nothing going down. We got this.
Well, Romeo, here's the thing, and I hear what you're saying, okay, and on paper that sounds good.
And in a movie.
But here's the deal. Yeah. The Joint Chiefs of Staff is an advisor to the president. That's it. He don't work for the State Department. State Department contacts other countries. They relay things back and forth. They have official channels to do that all the time. And if China had sent an official message and said, look, seeing a lot of things happen over there. We want to be sure everything's all right. Somebody could have said, yeah, democracy gets messy sometimes. Same thing Milley said. And the point was, it's not his job. It's not his job. If you're in the military and you're a tank commander and you see some guy you think that's not operating an airplane right, you don't get out and run over and take him out of the airplane. There's a chain of command, and he broke it and got out of line. That's all I'm saying, and you can't have that in the military, even at his level.
Yeah, it's going to boil down to that. Did he break the chain of command or not? It really went to your point. Even things you talk about, certainly understandable, but that's really not what's in play here. The intent, or here's why I did it. It goes back to did you have the authority to do it, and did you break the chain of command that the Constitution does not give any gray area to? And if so, then you're in trouble. It's really going to boil down to that. Let's go to Jordan, and let's see, where's Jordan calling us from?
Hey.
Looks like Jordan is calling us from Tuscumbia.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, go ahead.
How y'all doing?
We're good.
Long story short, I went on a blind date yesterday. Never met this woman before. We're sitting at a Mexican restaurant close to where y'all guys live at. Waitress comes up, gives us the food, and my date's food was wrong. Waitress said, I'm sorry, we walked out. She looked at me, took a drink of water, looked at me and said, you can't even have a daggone burrito. I about laughed as hard as I could possibly laugh whenever she did that in the best Gary the Bulldozer Man voice you ever heard.
Well, you need to marry her on the spot then. If she's that into Rick and Bubba, you got to. I mean, how you can't even have nothing. So how about this? Gary said he was going to call us when he gets to the other side of COVID. Gary and Gwen's got COVID.
Does he really?
Yeah. I mean, they're doing okay. Gary's almost done with it.
Well, I'm sure he had plenty of things to doctor at home there.
Oh yeah.
You just don't even talk about it.
I'm just saying.
Hey, you can't even. Hey, you can't even have them. You can't even.
Look, it's a 2-part. It's a 2-half game. You got to be ready for that second half. That's where people are letting their guard.
And that's where he's even gotten like on the other side of that.
Good.
But Gwen, I think, is tracking a little further behind him. But I mean, hey, I'm telling you, if you just go get it, if you just use the right dosage. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Well, I'm just telling you.
I know, but people aren't hearing it.
I don't.
Okay.
What they gonna do? Go get Gary and arrest him?
Well,
hey, they better bring help.
Claim we're promoting.
Hey, they better bring help.
I know.
I'm
You're right there.
I'm behind watching some of my YouTube videos. The Hodge twins. I understand they took on Howard Stern, getting on Joe Rogan because he used ivermectin. I haven't seen that yet. I bet it's a dandy.
Yeah, I saw the title. I hadn't had a chance to.
Did you see the new shirt they got?
No.
Okay.
They're quite the characters.
They are characters, buddy. That's well, now, Rick, I just.
And by the way, that movie that Romeo mentioned too was a good movie. I remember that now.
It's a good movie. Yeah. Of course, it's a movie.
The nuclear was coming in on a
Forrest
in a
Gump
Coke
was a
machine
decent
or
movie.
something, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe I go before a judge saying, look, don't be mad because Forrest Gump did the same thing.
Yeah. Come on.
I was just doing like Ben Affleck and Morgan Freeman. Have you seen the funny thing on Morgan Freeman's new show on history? Where he says everybody thinks he knows everything because his voice.
That's good. That's true, though. If he says it, it's got to be true. In that
He goes, everybody thinks I know everything mainly because of my voice. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick